Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first KDVA reunion. And welcome to the first session of the KDVA reunion, the ROK-U.S. Alliance Peace Conference conducted by the Korea Defense Veterans Association and the Korea-U.S. Alliance Foundation. KDVA and KUSAF are thankful for the reunion and conference's main sponsor, the Korean Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs. MPVA is represented today by MPVA Minister Park Young-sik. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a round of applause. I am Colonel Retired Steve Lee, the Senior Vice President of KDVA, and I am your MC for the reunion. Before I introduce our opening speakers, I would like to provide some administrative information. This conference is being recorded, and the video will be available next week on the KDVA Digital Library and KDVA YouTube channel. We are observing Washington, D.C.'s COVID health guidance. If you feel more comfortable wearing a mask, regardless of your vaccine status, we encourage you to do so when you're not actively eating or drinking. And we have KN94 masks that were donated by our partners, the Korea Veterans Association, the largest veterans organization in Korea. They sent thousands of these high-quality masks to KDVA at the start of the pandemic 2 years ago, and we've been giving them to area veterans in the area, so thank you very much, KDVA. Please keep these KDVA lanyards with you during the reunion. During our breaks, you are welcome to spread out into the balcony upstairs of the Grand Ballroom for private conversations and take a bird's eye view, if you will. Once we resume the conference, please come down and join us. The stairways are on the corners of the ballroom. We also have hospitality rooms on the second floor. The 2nd Indian Head Division Association and KUSAF Veterans Association have them. If you would like a place just to gather in a small group and have conversations, the hospitality rooms are available to you. There are also refreshments throughout the day in the Virginia room and Georgia room, the hospitality rooms on the 2nd floor. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the part of the program where you're not going to believe what I'm saying. Not only is MPVA sponsoring this conference and several meals, MPVA is also providing $300 Visa cards to help to each registered KDVA member to help with lodging, transportation, and any incidentals. Please see Earlene Hollerith. Yes, absolutely. Please see Earlene Hollerith at the check-in desk at the breaks. She'll be here today and tomorrow, so no need to rush to do that at the first break. Finally, we have refreshments throughout the afternoon, so please help yourself, and if you need to use the restroom or take a break, please do so. Let me just do a courtesy reminder. If you have your phones, please silence them so that, especially if you have a funny ringtone from your grandchildren or something. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me just run through the agenda real quickly. We started yesterday with a great icebreaker right here, wonderful. This morning we had a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to attend the Wall of Remembrance ceremony. And today we're doing the Alliance Peace Conference. Right after this we have a reception, and then the Twilight Tattoo. Buses are all provided for the movements. Then tomorrow back here for the 2nd and 3rd sessions, and then we close out our wonderful time together with a KDVA dinner on Thursday night. So for today, we will start with opening remarks, then we will have lunch served. Continue to enjoy your lunch. Midway through lunch, we will have remarks from the Director of the Defense POW/MIA Accounting Agency, or DPAA, Mr. Kelly McKee. Then we will have a signing ceremony for our biggest donor, the Hanwha Group, for their donation to KDVA and KUSAF. After lunch, we will conduct panel 1 called the Women in Korea Defense. Then after a break, we will have a second panel, Veteran Commanders and Diplomats Forum. We invite everyone to the State Ballroom, which is across the hallway, for a reception just prior to the Twilight Tattoo. Attending the reception will be the Secretary of the Army, the Honorable Christine Wormuth, who is the host of the Twilight Tattoo. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let me just please introduce the chairman and president of the Korea Defense Veterans Association, General Retired Vincent Brooks, who is a former commander of the United Nations Command, Combined Forces Command, and U.S. Forces Korea. General Brooks, sir, for your opening remarks at this podium.
Well, so good to see everyone today, and I'm glad that you enjoyed the sauna from this morning. What a wonderful event it was, though. It was really moving for those of you who were able to attend the dedication of the Wall of Remembrance. That was a really moving and meaningful event, and a great way to get this week really moving in high gear. So today we begin our Alliance Peace Conference, and it's a delight to have all of you here. So thanks so much for signing up. Thanks for coming. I want you to enjoy your lunch, so if you're eating, keep eating throughout this period of time. But let me just make a couple of quick remarks before we begin. We've got some excellent presentations today, remarks that we're going to hear as Steve talked about, and the panels as well. So let me begin by just saying thanks to several people. Without a doubt, we can't do our work at the Korea Defense Veterans Association without the strong support of the Korea-U.S. Alliance Foundation. And there are benefactors, they're the fundraising arm for what it is that we do, and they make it possible for us to do our work. So representing the Korea-U.S. Alliance Foundation is their senior board. I won't name all of them, but let me just call out the chairman, Chairman Yoon Myung-hwan, who is a former Minister of Foreign Affairs, and his honorary chairman, Lee Gun-soo, who is a very distinguished businessman, a connector, who works on both sides of the ocean in both countries all the time. And of course, President Jung Sung-jo, former chairman of the ROK-JCS, who you'll hear from in just a moment. I want to also acknowledge, as Steve said, that this particular event and some others that we do through the year with the Korea Defense Veterans Association are strongly supported by the Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs. I always tell people that the first time I saw a revisit program in South Korea, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I've seen some revisit programs in other countries, some World War II revisits in France, for example. I always thought that was the high end of the high standard. Without a doubt, no one does it better than the Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs. So, Minister Park Min-sik, we're very grateful to you for your presence and also for what your ministry is doing and continues to do for the defense and war veterans of Korea. So thank you very much. How about another round of applause? I'm delighted that some former commanders are in here today, and starting with General Sharp, General Skip Sharp, and General Robert Abrams, better known as Abe. Delighted to see both of you here. And we also have a couple of deputy commanders. Actually, we have three, but one of them is hiding as the former chairman of the ROK-JCS, and I've already called him out in General Jung Sung-jo. But General Im Ho-young, General Im, good to see you. And General Choi Byung-hyuk as well. So thank you very much for being here. Let me just say thanks up front to those who are going to be making presentations today, especially the panels. But the two panels will be excellent conversations today. They're both important topics to me personally as the chairman and president of KDVA. I think they're fundamentally important to the nature of the Korea-U.S. alliance. Women in defense of Korea. We've got an extraordinarily distinguished panel on that, so I thank in advance all the panelists, moderated by General McDonald, Lieutenant General Retired Karen Gibson, Major General Tammy Smith, Major General Retired Jeanette Edmonds, and Professor Hong Kyu-dok. And then we will have later in the afternoon Marcus Gorlauskas, who knows Korea inside and out, truly one of the great experts on Korea. He'll moderate a very important panel about the relationships between commanders and diplomats and the combination of military action and diplomacy to get things done. And what a distinguished panel that will be that Marcus will moderate. Minister Yoon Myung-hwan will also be on that panel. So you have a foreign minister bringing his perspective. Ambassador Mark Lippert will be doing that as well. And I do want to acknowledge Ambassador Kathy Stevens, who is here also. And General Abrams and General Leem will do that. We're going to hear from the Director of DPAA. We always want to get a perspective on what's happening in identifying the remains of those who were unaccounted for during the Korean War especially, but beyond that. And Director Kelly McKay, it's always good to see you. Aloha, it's always good to see you once again, and thanks for coming here to share some thoughts with us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a full plate. It's going to be a great day and a great couple of days. Thank you once again for your participation, and I will talk about the Hanwha signing here in just a moment, so I won't talk about that right now, but thank you all for being with us, and I'll turn it over now to my friend and my colleague, the President of the Korea-U.S. Alliance Foundation, General Jung Sung-jo. Thank you very much.
It is not so fair to make English speech after native English speaker. But I'm so brave to do that. Honorable Bang Min-sik, Mr. McKay, Ambassador Stevens, and commanders, moderators and panels, distinguished guests, thank you for coming and congratulating the Alliance Peace Conference 22-2 and first KDVA reunion, and I welcome you. General Brooks and the member of Korea Defense Veterans Association, congratulations on the first reunion of Korea Defense Veterans Association. As a board member of KDVA and the president of Korea-U.S. Alliance Foundation, I am very glad to see all of you, and I sincerely welcome you. I'm so happy to see some familiar faces who had served together in Combined Forces Command to defend my country. Korea Defense Veterans Association and Korea-U.S. Alliance Foundation are founded together almost at the same time. Although these two organizations are young, I'm sure we are on the right track to honor the Korea Defense veterans and strengthen the alliance. Korea-U.S. Alliance Foundation is so happy to co-host this first KDVA reunion with the sponsorship of Korean Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, as I see the continuous military threats of North Korea and the war in Ukraine, I realize one more time the value of the alliance to defend my country. United States saved my country during Korean War as a majority of United Nations forces. After Korean War, ROK and U.S. alliance provided the strong security posture which enabled Korea to construct the successful free democracy society of today with market economy. This alliance also contributes the stability of Northeast Asian region and the peace of the world. The alliance is very valuable to both countries. I believe you, the Korea Defense veterans, are the people who have kept this alliance. I thank all of you for that. I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the donors. I am very glad we have some of them here. They came here to congratulate the reunion of KDVA. KUSAF has been supporting KDVA thanks to their generous donation. They are the #1 supporter of the alliance. Please join me to give them big applause to donors. Thank you. I hope this reunion to be a good opportunity to meet with old friends and remember good memories of Korea. Thank you again for coming, and please enjoy the reunion. Thank you very much. We go together. 같이 갑시다.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are very thankful to MPVA. MPVA cares deeply about supporting the veterans who have protected South Korea and have built the strong ROK-U.S. alliance. Minister Park Min-sik became the MPVA minister in May 2022 after a very distinguished career as a lawyer and a member of the Korean National Assembly. He truly understands and knows veterans' families, as he himself is the son of a combat veteran who was killed in Vietnam. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Minister Park. Sir.
Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm the Republic of Korea's Minister of Patriots and Veteran Affairs, Park Min-sik. Congratulations on the Alliance Peace Conference to further strengthen the friendship and alliance between the Republic of Korea and the United States. Today is very special to me, but my English is not good. I'm so nervous. As he told, I was a politician, so I want to speak what I want to speak what I think naturally. So from now, can I use my helper? 제가 방금 말씀드린 것처럼 많이 또 한국 분들 많이 계시기 때문에 다시 한번 말씀드리면 제가 정치인이기 때문에 제가 느낀 점을 솔직하게 한번 이 자리에서 말씀드리는 것이 더 나을 것 같아서 이거 지금 보통 이렇게 다 써주지 않습니까? 이거 그대로 읽는 것보다는 훨씬 의미가 있을 것 같습니다.
So, as Minister told, since there are many Korean listeners, and also since Minister Park is a politician himself, it is his nature to improvise the speech, although he has prepared the English version of his speech, but from now on, he would like to speak in Korean.
특히 이제 제가 지금 온 지가 한 나흘쯤, 한 사흘쯤 됐는데, 아침, 점심, 저녁 계속 똑같은 음식 먹고 또 아침, 점심, 저녁 그 똑같은 스피치를 계속 하다가 오늘은 또 대통령님 그 스피치까지 대독하니까 제가 상당히 지금 너무 타이어드예요 지금.
I have to excuse myself because it's my third or fourth day to arrive in the States. And each morning, lunch and dinner, I've been tired of eating the same food. And also, I kind of tired of speaking prepared speech. And on top of that, earlier today during the ceremony, he read the speech on behalf of the President of the Republic of Korea. So Minister Park is under a lot of stress as a politician.
먼저 세미나 개최를 위해 애써주신 우리 빈센트 브룩스 우리 회장님, you give a big round of applause. 네. 감사합니다. 그리고 우리 한미동맹재단 정승조 회장님 또 유명한 이사장님을 비롯한 관계자 여러분께 깊은 감사 말씀을 드립니다.
First of all, I want to take this opportunity to deliver my deepest gratitude to KDVA Chairman and President, General Vincent Brooke, KUSAF President, General Jung Seung-jo, and KUSAF Chairman Yu Myung-hwan and their teams for hosting this meaningful conference.
아울러 오늘 자리를 빛내주신 켈리 맥키그 미국 국방부 유해감식반 국장님, 또 사회 토론을 맡아주실 앤 맥도날드 예비역 준장님, 캐런 깁슨 예비역 중장님, 젠 에드먼스 또 소장님, 태미 스미스 예비역 소장님, 홍규덕 우리 숙명여대 교수님, 상당히 많습니다. 마커스 갈라스커스 국가정보국 북한 정보 담당관님, 또 마크 리퍼트 우리 주한미국 대사님, 로버트 에이브람스 유엔군 사령관님, 임호영 한미연합사 부사령관님께 각별한 감사 인사를 드립니다.
I want to acknowledge DPAA Director Mr. Kelly McKee, Brigadier General Ann McDonald, Lieutenant General Karen Gibson, Major General Jen Adams, Major General Tammy Smith, Korea's Sungwon Women's University Professor Hong Kyura. There are a lot of names to read. A former National Intelligence Officer for North Korea and the National Intelligence Council, Marcus Galacticus. The former American Ambassador to the Republic of Korea, Mark Lippert. The former Commander UNC CFC USFK, General Robert Abrams. And the former Deputy Commander CFC, General Im Ho-young, who either moderate the session or join the discussions and forum later today.
그리고 제가 지금 이 자리에 와서 제가 평소에 제일 존경하고 또 우리 한미 동맹을 위해서 정말 힘써 주시는 몇 분을 발견했는데 여기 지금 없어요. 그래서 제가 좀 꼭 소개를 드리고 싶습니다. 우리 동아일레컴 우리 이건수 회장님 한번 좀 박수 한번 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 예.
And also,
그리고 우리 또 실제 이렇게 실무적으로도 많이 고생을 해주시는 우리 이서영 회장님, 신경수 회장님, 신경수 사무총장님 안 계신. 예. 또 우리 김종욱 우리 제가 브라더입니다. 예. 우리 김종욱 회장님, 우리 정영수 회장님 계십니까? 예, 아직 마스크 끼고 계세요. 감사합니다. 그리고 제 옆자리 아까 우리 주한 전 그 포머 엠베서더 스티븐슨, 예, 감사드립니다. 그리고 마지막으로 정말 특별한 한 분을 여러분들께 꼭 소개를 드리고 싶습니다. 우리 한미 동맹의 상징이고 우리 대한민국 넘버원 제너럴인 우리 고 백선엽 장군님의 따님이신 우리 백남희 여사님, 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
now Minister Park would like to acknowledge several Koreans and Americans who are here but who is not on his prepared speech. So the Chairman Lee Gon-soo, also Major General Lee Sung-young and Major General Shin Kyung-soo, who work hard on a daily basis. And also Chairman Kim Jong-woo, he's actually brother to Minister Park. And also he would like to acknowledge Chairman Chung and also the former American Ambassador to Korea, Ms. Stevenson, he's next to him. But last but not least, he really wants to acknowledge the daughter of the symbol of the ROK-U.S. alliance and also #1 general in the Republic of Korea, the late General Baek Sun-yup. So Ms. Baek Nami was here, then she was applauded by the audience.
자리에 함께 해주신 여러분, 조금 전 오전에 추모 입역 준공식이 열렸던 한국전 참전용사 기념공원의 기념비에는 이런 글귀가 새겨져 있습니다. 전혀 알지 못하던 나라, 단 한 번도 만난 적 없는 국민들을 지키기 위해서 국가의 부름에 응한 우리의 아들, 딸들에게 경의를 표한다.
Distinguished guests, near the Wall of Remembrance, which was dedicated earlier today, the Korean War Veterans Memorial inscription reads, "Our nation honors her sons and daughters who answered the call to defend the country they never knew and the people they never met."
한미 동맹은 72년 전 대한민국이 절체절명의 위기에 처했을 때 전혀 알지 못한 나라, 한 번도 만난 적 없는 국민들을 지키기 위해서 기꺼이 포연 속으로 뛰어들었던 미국 장병 178만 9천여 명의 피와 땀, 우애와 헌신에서 태동하였습니다.
The ROK-U.S. alliance was forged in blood, sweat, and friendship of the 1.789 million United States service members who put their lives on the lines. As the inscription describes, for a country they never knew and the people they never met 72 years ago when the Republic of Korea was on the brink of extinction.
혈맹에서 태동한 한미동맹은 군사, 정치, 경제, 사회, 문화를 아우르는 포괄적 동맹으로 세계에서 가장 모범적인 동맹으로 발전하였습니다. 이는 양국 정부와 민간의 끊임없는 노력이 있었기에 가능했습니다.
Forged in blood, the ROK-U.S. alliance has become a comprehensive alliance embracing military, political, economic, social, and cultural affairs, and it is now one of the most exemplary alliances in the world. It all thanks to continuous effort and cooperation of the two governments and two people.
여러분도 잘 아시다시피 유엔군 참전의 날이며 정전 69주년인 오늘 오전 추모위역 준공식이 열렸습니다. 추모의 벽에는 한국 전쟁에서 사나워한 미국 전사자 36,634명과 한국 카투샤 전사자 7,174명의 이름이 함께 새겨져 있습니다. 추모의 벽은 앞으로 영웅들의 용기와 헌신을 기억하는 공간이자 살아있는 교육의 장, 그리고 굳건한 한미 동맹의 상징이 될 것입니다.
As you are well aware, today is the UN Forces Participation Day, and today is the 69th anniversary of the armistice of the Korean War. And earlier today, the dedication ceremony for the Wall of Remembrance was held. The Wall of Remembrance houses the names of 36,634 United States soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and 7,174 KUSAFs of the Republic of Korea. The wall will be a place to remember the bravery and commitment of these heroes and to teach visitors about the history, and it will serve as a fitting symbol of a solid ROK-U.S. alliance.
오늘 우리는 영웅들의 숭고한 희생과 한미동맹의 굳건함이 영원히 기록될 역사적인 순간을 함께 했습니다. 저에게는 매우 감동적인 순간이었으며 주한미군 전후회 회원 여러분께도 매우 특별한 순간이었을 것입니다.
Earlier today, we were together in a historical moment that will forever remember the noble sacrifice of our heroes and the solid ROK-U.S. alliance. It was a very moving moment for me, and I guess it was meaningful to you too.
한국 전쟁 정전 이후 한국에서 근무한 미군이 350만 명을 넘습니다. 이 자리에 함께하신 주한미군 전후회 회원 여러분들은 대한민국 안보 수호와 한미동맹 강화에 크나큰 기여를 하셨고 지금까지도 한미 양국을 잇는 든든한 가교 역할을 해주고 계십니다.
Since the armistice, over 3.5 million Americans have served in Korea. Korea defense veterans like yourself who are here with us today have contributed greatly to protecting the security of the Republic of Korea, and you are all still serving as a reliable bridge between our two countries.
저는 이 자리를 빌려 주한미군 전후회 회원 여러분, 그리고 지금도 대한민국 안보를 위해 헌신하고 계신 유엔사와 주한미군 장병들께 깊은 감사를 드립니다.
I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the members of the Korea's Defense Veterans Association and the service member at the United Nations Command and the United States Forces Korea who are still contributing to the security and the safety of the Republic of Korea.
대한민국 정부는 앞으로도 한미동맹 세미나를 지속적으로 지원하여 양국 정부 관계자와 군사, 안보, 전문가 및 석학분들의 고견을 듣고 한미동맹 발전을 위한 지혜를 모을 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
The Republic of Korea's Ministry of Patriots and Veterans Affairs will continue to support the Alliance Peace Conference to listen and learn from brilliant and experienced minds in the military and security fields, and we will do our best to gain wisdom and insights from you to further promote the ROK-U.S. alliance.
아울러 미국 참전 용사와 유가족 그리고 대한민국 안보를 위해 헌신한 유엔사와 주한미군 예비역 장병에게 재방한 초청 등 보훈 외교에 정성을 다하여 한미 동맹을 더욱 굳건하게 하겠습니다. 다시 한번 한미 동맹 세미나 개최를 축하드리며 제가 마지막으로 건배 제의를 한번 하고 싶습니다.
Furthermore, we will do our best to cement the ROK-U.S. alliance through our veterans diplomacies that honor American veterans of the Korean Wars, families, UNC, USFK service member who dedicated themselves in defense of the Republic of Korea. Once again, congratulations on the reunion and the Alliance Peace Conference. And before I go, I would like to propose a toast.
자, 제가 같이 갑시다 하면 we go together로 이렇게 따라해 주시기
When
바랍니다.
Minister Park said 같이 갑시다, please respond by saying we go together.
자, 같이 갑시다. 감사합니다. Thank you.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, please continue with your lunch, and we'll be back in a few minutes with remarks by the Director of DPAA. Thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, please continue with your meals. No U.S. government agency has a more important mission for our combat veterans than the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency. DPAA does many missions and makes many connections around the world that we may not even be aware of, all to ensure that they carry out their sacred mission to account for all missing and fallen veterans. Director Kelly McKeague is certainly the right leader for DPAA. Before retiring as an Air Force Major General, he served as the commander of the Joint POW MIA Accounting Command in Hawaii. Woohoo! All right. And was the first Deputy Director of DPAA. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Director McKeague. Sir, it is truly an honor. Thank you.
Minister Park, Minister Yu, Ambassador Stevens, General Brooks, General Zhang, distinguished veterans, ladies and gentlemen, warm greetings to each of you. It is a privilege to be able to share with you in this and be a small part of this Alliance Peace Conference and your reunion. This morning's memorial rededication, as Minister Spark talked about, was an incredibly powerful way to rightfully honor the service and sacrifice of the over 36,000 Americans and over 7,000 KUSAFs. Although the fighting came to an end this day 69 years ago, we should all be mindful and thankful that the ironclad alliance between the United States of America and the Republic of Korea was tragically but bravely forged in blood over the course of 3 years. In the skies over Suwon, in the waters of Incheon, and in the fields of Chosin. The heroic service and sacrifice of the troops of the 22 nations who steadfastly and valiantly fought together has been the cornerstone of the peace, stability, security, and prosperity that blesses the Republic of Korea and its citizens. I never had the privilege of being assigned for duty on the Korean Peninsula, but my father did. As a 21-year-old Army private, he deployed with the 25th Infantry Division in November 1950. He saw his first combat near Kaesong. He was older than most of his peers because he was denied entry into the Army not once, but twice, because of a severe leg injury he obtained at the age of 13 when he was run over by a truck. My father was very proud of his service in Korea, but whenever he talked about it, he would always mention how he froze and how he missed his Hawaii home. Within this nation's sacred obligation and global effort to search for, recover, and identify Americans from past wars, there are more than 7,500 MIAs from the Korean War. And while the number of missing is daunting, each has a unique story with memories and uncertainty that transcends generations. This is why, for the families of the missing, they still grieve the loss of their loved one and fervently wait for answers. So, against the backdrop of the KDVA motto, Together for the ROK-U.S. Alliance, I would like to share with you some brief insights that may not be familiar to you. In searching for and recovering fallen service members to their families, no other nations in the world do it with the degree of talent, dedication, and passion as does the United States and the Republic of Korea. In fact, this partnership has grown over 30 years. It itself is reflective of our shared values, and it's emblematic of our ironclad alliance. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, DPAA's collaboration with the Ministry of National Defense for KIA recovery and Identification, better known as MACRI, gets stronger each year because it is accomplished together for the Alliance. There are frequent scientific exchanges, coordination on research, and joint investigations and recoveries. In implementing the 2018 Comprehensive Military Agreement with the DPRK, the ROK is in the 4th year of the successful recovery of remains from their side of the DMZ. So leveraging this work, DPAA conducted its very first joint investigation in the DMZ with our MACRI partners this past spring. And next summer, we will work with MACRI on a joint excavation within the DMZ for the very first time. You'll recall that in 2018, the DPRK turned over 55 boxes of remains, within which are not 55 individuals, as the DPRK told us, but there are over 250 individuals. To date, we have identified 82 Americans and repatriated 87 to the Republic of Korea. From these boxes together, DPA and MACRI have brought answers, long-sought answers, to families. I'd like to share with you 2 such stories. U.S. Army Sergeant Roy DeLauder was a member of the 7th Infantry Division. He was 21 years old when he was killed and declared missing from the Battle of the Chosin Reservoir in December 1950. This past January, we identified him from the remains in boxes number 27 and number 41. On April 19th, the day Buddy, which was he affectionately referred to by his family, the day Buddy would have turned 93 years old, his 3 sisters, all in their 90s, and 2 daughters, who were 3 years old and 2 years old when their father went missing, buried him with full military honors at the family cemetery next to his parents in Hagerstown, Maryland. Then, this is a great story, from the remains in box number 52, MACRI was able to identify ROK Army Private Kim, who was also lost at the Chosin. At the very first ever joint repatriation ceremony in the United States last September, the U.S. and ROK respectively exchanged 68 and 6 sets of remains. One of the most enduring sights from that ceremony was a 2nd lieutenant standing next to ROK President Moon as they watched a small transfer case get flagged, draped with the flag of the Republic of Korea. 2nd Lieutenant Kim Hae-soo, a nurse in the ROK Army, was with her great-grandfather for the very first time. She then carried his remains up the steps of Code 1, the President's aircraft, so they both could return to their homeland in Seoul. So here you have a sergeant and a private from very different cultures, separated by a great geographic distance, serving in their nation's army. Together, they answered the call to arms for the same noble cause and made the same supreme sacrifice on the same battlefield. And together, their families shared the same shadows of grief and uncertainty for over 7 decades, but also the sheer joy when their country was able to provide them some comfort. Distinguished veterans, ladies and gentlemen, although the work to find, recover, and identify missing U.S. and ROK service members is challenging and complex, it is also a moral imperative. Citizens of both nations understand this, and they appreciate the supreme sacrifice made by our unreturned heroes and the answers owed to their families. the fact that the United States of America and the Republic of Korea vigorously pursue their missing is the right thing to do. We are fulfilling a promise made to those who we sent off to combat and never returned, as well as to their families. It's a shared national commitment that also serves as a marker to veterans whose comrades in arms are still missing, and to those in uniform today that our nations will not leave their warriors behind. Critics of the Korean War will point to the catastrophic toll and unimaginable horrors inflicted. The 5 million casualties, half of whom were civilians, cities and towns laid in utter ruin, and a stridently divided Korea. At the same time, Korean War veterans, families of the missing, and even Sergeant DeLauder and Private Kim would disagree vehemently. And while the armistice never technically ended the Korean War, the war's legacy is very much apparent today. First, the U.S. ROK alliance is stronger and contributes to security and stability not just south of the DMZ, but also regionally and globally. Second, the democracy that is the hallmark of the Republic of Korea serves as a vibrant exemplar to the Indo-Pacific region and, in fact, the world. But most extraordinarily is the economic powerhouse the Republic of Korea is today. And while the aftermath of the war was marked by economic challenges and setbacks, the talented and resolute South Korean people embraced education and technical training to then contribute to the South Korean miracle. Inscribed above our laboratory entrance are these words that came from then Vice President Calvin Coolidge, who in 1920, shortly after World War I, said this: "The nation that forgets its defenders will itself be forgotten." The nation that forgets its defenders will itself be forgotten. Thank you to the Korea Defense Veterans Association and the Korea-U.S. Alliance Foundation for not forgetting. May God's grace be upon all our Korean War veterans, including those who have not returned and their families. And may it continue to abundantly bless the United States of America and the Republic of Korea. Kachi kapjida.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, you just heard some pretty extraordinary stories about Korea veterans. In session 2 tomorrow morning, we have an entire morning dedicated to stories about Korea War veterans. We have family members of a Korean War veteran who just passed away 2 years ago, as well as others from experiences in the 70-plus years of the Alliance. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you continue with your lunch, we ask that General Brooks, General Jung, and Mr. Shin Hyun-woo to the stage for the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Korea-U.S. Alliance Foundation, KDVA, and the Hanwha Group for Hanwha's donation of $1 million over a period of 5 years. So, ladies and gentlemen, the 3 leaders will sign 3 copies of the MOU in English and in Korean, and then they'll pass it to the right, and then we'll continue to conveyor belt. After the 3 copies are signed, we will have remarks from General Brooks, General Jung, and then Mr. Shin. So go ahead, sir. They will go ahead and start signing. Hanwha has been KDVA and KUSAF's biggest donor since the creation of our 2 organizations. This is the second $1 million donation from Hanwha. Hanwha is Korea's biggest defense contractor, and they have an office here in Northern Virginia. Mr. Shin Hyun-woo is the president of Hanwha Aviation, and he is signing on behalf of the Hanwha Group. KUSAF was created at the same time as KDVA to be KDVA's fundraiser in Korea. KUSAF provides over 90% of all KDVA's funding, and KDVA is very thankful for our very special relationship. Are we done, sir? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have remarks now from General Brooks, General Jung, and then Mr. Shin. Let's give them a round of applause. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, General Brooks will make remarks from this podium.
Well, thanks, Steve, once again. What a privilege it is to work with companies like Hanwha and with the support of the Korea-U.S. Alliance Foundation. Hanwha was there at the very beginning as these two organizations were born, and they remained so generous. This is just an excellent example of not just the past investments that they made in these two organizations, but their future investment. So this memorandum of understanding sets conditions for us. So I just want to thank Mr. Shin Hyun-woo. Thank you so much for representing Hanwha today. We see you at things all the time, so you're ever present when it comes to matters of the alliance, and we're grateful to you. So thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Let me become brave again. Hanwha is the #1 largest donor to KUSAF. They donated $1 million for last 5 years, the $200,000 every year. And it finished last year. But this year, we are renewing that promise. I thank Hanwha again for their generosity. Now, I will invite Mr. Shin Hyun-woo. Mr. Shin Hyun-woo joined Hanwha in 1987, just after he graduated Seoul National University. He built up his career in Hanwha Group until he became the CEO of Hanwha Aerospace in 2018, maybe 2018. And now he's the CEO of Hanwha Aerospace, and actually he is representing Hanwha Group to my foundation as a representative of Hanwha. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Shin Hyun-woo.
Dear distinguished guests, I'm Hyun-woo Shin, the CEO of Hanwha Aerospace. I represent Hanwha Group of the Republic of Korea. It's my great honor to attend this significant ceremony, and I'd like to express my deepest appreciation to the Korea-U.S. Alliance Foundation, KUSAF, and the Korea Defense Veterans Association, KDVA, for all the effort they have made to arrange this ceremony to further strengthen the Korea-U.S. alliance. Next year will mark the 70th anniversary of Korea-U.S. alliance, which started in 1953 to protect the freedom and peace of the Republic of Korea. I truly believe that Korea-U.S. alliance has been reinforced and maintained on the grounds of noble dedication and sacrifice made by Korean War veterans, which we were all reminded of the completion ceremony of the War of Remembrance this morning. and has been cultivated by the strong wills of two countries with special effort from KUSAF and KDVA. As a result, the Korea-U.S. alliance, which has started as a military and security alliance, has not only expanded to the economic alliance, such as FTA, but also presented a new future alliance vision where it will be upgraded to a global comprehensive strategic alliance. In this context, the initiation of talks on RDP MOU between the two countries was mentioned at a recent Korea-U.S. summit. In order to stand with the cause of KUSAF and KDVA to strengthen the Korea-U.S. alliance, Hanwha has donated $1 million over the past 5 years, and Hanwha has a plan to continue to make the donation for the next 5 years. I'm very glad to be able to stand along with these two organizations in their making meaningful step forward. In addition to this donation, Hanwha will continue to contribute to the effort of two organizations and the Korea-U.S. alliance by developing its defense program capability that can enhance the Korea-U.S. joint military power. Once again, I'd like to express my deepest appreciation to KUSAF and KDVA that made this special ceremony possible today. I wish all the guests good health and happiness. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite the first panel to the stage. And as we're doing that, we're resetting the table for the panel. So, the first panel is the Women in Korea Defense. So the basic format for the panel is the moderator will introduce the panel members, and then the moderator will conduct a moderated question and answer session with them. And after conclusion of that, we'll open the we'll open for questions to the floor. At that time, if you have a question, please just raise your hand, and one of our mic walkers will come to you. We would just ask that if you have a question, please keep it short and to the relevant. I cannot emphasize that enough. Sometimes we have people that come up and they want to do a long monologue. Just being very honest, not that helpful. So please ask a short question that's relevant to the topic to one of the speakers. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to panel 1, Women in Korea Defense. This is a topic that, again, General Brooks has wanted to conduct for some time. Quite frankly, it is a topic that does not get enough attention, so KDVA is very proud to provide a forum for such a vital topic. General Ann McDonald is our moderator. She served over 30 years in the Army, with 7 of those years assigned to the Republic of Korea, 7 years service in the Republic of Korea. She is proud to say her father served in the Korean War. She has been a supporter and advisor to KDVA from our start 5 years ago. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't met her yet, I strongly recommend that you do so after the panel, because you will personally feel the passion she has for the Alliance and our veterans. So ladies, I'm just truly honored to introduce General McDonald. Ma'am.
Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you. Distinguished guests, good afternoon and welcome to the panel on Women in Korea Defense. I'm thrilled to be the moderator of today's panel, and as you've heard, we have a relevant and powerful topic personally selected by the chairman and president of KDVA. So, General Brooks, thank you for giving voice to and honoring women's critical roles in the service of Korean defense. Thank you. So the intent for today is to highlight and bring awareness to the contributions and dedication service women have made and are making in support to the ROK-U.S. alliance. As commanders and critical staff, women have shown their own militaries and their partner militaries the values and solutions a diverse workforce creates. Women have served in Korea before, during, and since the signing of the Armistice Agreement in July of 1953, and their contributions have helped defend South Korea against North Korean threats. They've assisted in Korea developing into a world leader and have earned the gratitude of millions of South Korean people. Women not only serve as a critical part of the alliance, but have changed the course of history through their service. There are common threads that run through the experience of these women and all veterans. These individuals are willing to put the needs of their country above their own. They fight for democracy and freedom, and it is this self-sacrifice and determination that ensures the ROK-U.S. alliance thrives. By sharing their experiences in the past, women in Korea defense continue to build bridges to empower the future. So today's panel will bring awareness to the vital and essential roles women have had, presently have, and will have in preserving and strengthening the ROK-U.S. alliance. They will highlight personal experiences and contributions of their military service in Korea, and then celebrate, promote, and inspire women's service in the ROK-U.S. alliance by looking at current and future opportunities for women. So to address this topic, we're fortunate to hear from a very talented group of veterans whose service in Korea spans from 1980 to 2016. That's service in 4 different decades. And it's my pleasure now to introduce our panel members. Their detailed bios are in your program, so I do invite you to take a look at those after the panel because they're all extraordinary, but I will provide some highlights. So our first panelist, seated to my left, is Lieutenant General Karen Gibson. She's performed in numerous intelligence and cyberspace operational roles, culminating her 33-year military service in the Army as the Deputy Director of National Intelligence for the National Security Partnerships. She's a seasoned combat veteran. General Gibson has led intelligence operations fusion centers in Iraq, Afghanistan, East Africa, the United States, and the Republic of Korea, where she served 4 consecutive years serving in various intelligence assignments. She's a native of Bozeman, Montana, is married, has 2 adult children, and Karen Gibson, ma'am, currently serves as the Sergeant of Arms of the United States Senate. And to her left is General Jan Edmonds. Jan K. Edmonds served for 32 years in the Army as a leader and commander at every level at the Department of Defense. At the general officer level, she commanded the 13th Corps Support Command at Fort Hood, Texas, and then the 19th Theater Support Command in Daegu, South Korea, as a major general. In both cases, she was the first woman general officer to serve in those locations and commands. She served 2 tours in the Republic of Korea as a captain, 1980 to 1982, and then 20 years later, in 2002, General Edmonds returned to Korea to command as a general officer, the 19th Theater Support Command, the command she started out with as a company grade officer. Upon her retirement from the military, she served as the vice president for logistics at Cypress International. She's a native of Pennsylvania and currently serves as the board chair for the Women in Military Service for America Memorial Foundation. Professor Hong is seated to General Edmonds' left is Professor Kyo Dok Hong. He's a professor in the Department a professor in the Department of Political Science and International Studies at Sukmyung Women's University, where he has taught international relations and ROK national security strategy since 1993. You have to look at, isn't that a great picture of him? You know, youth is a beautiful thing. After graduating from Korea University in 1980, he served in the ROK-U.S. Combined Forces Command C4 for 2 years to complete his obligatory military service, rising to the rank of sergeant. And following his service, Professor Hong went to South Carolina to continue his graduate studies, receive his master's and doctorate degrees in international relations from the University of South Carolina in 1991. His research covers scientific innovations, integrated deterrence, technological transformation, the defense posture for 2040, multi-domain warfare, and women's participation in the military, just to name a few. Dr. Hong serves and has served as president and chairperson of numerous boards, associations, and councils, and he was the first civilian deputy minister for defense reform in 2009 to 2013. As an advisor to a ROK-U.S. Alliance Foundation, Professor Hong is strongly committed to the education of the next generation while maximizing the Alliance's interest. Professor Hong. And to his left is Major General retired Tammy Smith. General Smith served a 35-year in the Army in a variety of command and leadership positions, culminating as the military advisor to the Assistant Secretary of the Army, Manpower and Reserve Affairs. Tammy Smith was commissioned as a quartermaster officer and served in multiple overseas assignments to include Panama and Costa Rica. In 2010, she deployed to Afghanistan in support of Operation Enduring Freedom as the Chief of Army Reserve Affairs. Following that assignment, she was promoted to Brigadier General and served as the Commanding General of the 98th Training Command at Fort Benning, Georgia. In July of 2016, General Smith was assigned as the 8th Army Deputy Commanding General for Sustainment in Yongsan, South Korea. She's a native of Oakland, Oregon. She holds a Doctor of Management degree in Organizational Leadership from the University of Phoenix and an Honorary Doctor of Humane Letters degree from Lincoln University in Jefferson City, Missouri. She's active in veterans' rights events and served on the Out and Equal Workplace Advocates Board of Directors from 2013 to 2020. Major General Tammy Smith. Okay, so let's get to the questions. So the first question is going to go to General Gibson. So we know you served a 4-year tour in Korea. Tell us about that assignment. What were those positions? What were your responsibilities? And tell us what was your impression upon being assigned, hearing that you were assigned there, and then actual arrival into Korea?
Well, thank you for the question, and thank you, General Brooks, for the invitation to participate in this event. It's a delight and an honor to reunite and connect with others who served in Korea, and especially these illustrious women and the professor with whom I share the stage. I think I always wanted to go to Korea. It had this sort of exotic, you would hear tales as a young officer from other officers who'd served in Korea. And, as a young officer, I was far more interested in doing something exciting. I wasn't particularly interested in, career development. I just wanted to do something really unique and interesting, and I was not particularly interested in serving in the United States. But I met my husband on my first duty assignment, and we had children, and we were dual military for many years, and the difficulty of coordinating assignments and ensuring that I would have childcare for my children just really kind of dissuaded me from seeking an assignment in Korea. But as soon as my husband retired, because he was 9 years older than me, as soon as he retired, the very first assignment that I asked for was to go to Korea. And in fact, it's the only assignment I ever asked for and got. and it was also the only assignment where I felt like I had to pull strings to get it because my assignment officers were surprisingly reluctant to send me there. They said I had too much OCONUS outside. I grew up in Alaska and Hawaii in the Army, and they said I needed to serve in the States. But I was fortunate to get that assignment, and I sought it because I did think, not only did it seem exotic and it was overseas, but it had an exciting real-world mission. And I got there in 2000, which was after the Cold War, but before 9/11, and the only place that really seemed to have anything going on, places, were the Balkans and Korea. And Korea was far more appealing to me, largely because I could take my family. And what a wonderful place as an intelligence professional to really learn my craft, to build and participate in intelligence teams where you had a very active adversary every day. And I know there are others here like Ray Colson who were looking closely at Korea all the time, where you could collect against, analyze, understand your North Korean adversary, and then come home and kiss your kids at night. And that was really, for me, the key benefit. So when I arrived on what I thought would be a 2-year accompanied tour, I was assigned to the U.S. Forces Korea J2 Intelligence Directorate as a deputy systems officer. Not excited about that. Technology is not my hobby. And I was essentially the S6 for the J2. I know this is supposed to be about Korea, but I will tell you that gave me tremendous respect for all communication providers. If it isn't working, it's your fault. If it plugs into a wall, it's your responsibility, even if it's a shredder, and no one will ever say thank you. So at any rate, did that for a year, and then went on to more substantive intelligence jobs. I was a battalion XO for the 532nd Military Intelligence Battalion. My dream job, I was the director of the Ground Component Command Combined Analysis and Control Center for our Army, U.S. Army folks here. That's really like the theater ace for Korea, an amazing experience. And then I served as the Brigade S3 of the 501st MI Brigade under then Colonel Mary Legier. She was my boss for those last 2 years. Learned a ton from her and from my ROK counterparts. And I look forward to, perhaps digging into some of that a little more with your other questions.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, General Edmonds, you served 2 tours in Korea, 20 years apart. The first assignment in 1980, the second in 2002. Briefly tell us about your first assignment to Korea, the position, responsibilities, and impressions as a company grade officer. And then tell us about your role and responsibility as the commander of the 19th TSC. And include what you learned on the first tour about the people, the terrain, the threat that helped you years later to command in the same unit at the highest level.
So my first tour to Korea, I was a captain, so young officer. And it was my first time out of the United States. So not only was I going to Korea, or going out of the United States, I was going to Korea. So I would tell you as a company grade officer, my sole focus was figuring out what I was doing. I didn't have a lot of opportunity to go and travel or interface with the community. I just had to do my job. And, I walked from where I lived to where I worked and home about every day. That was about all I had time to do. When I went back to Korea in 2002 to command the 19th Theater Support Command in Daegu, a great deal of my job involved the community. You think that soldiers win wars. Communities, people win wars. There's no war that is fought without the support of the community. And as the commanding general of the 19th Theater Support Command, most of South Korea was in my area of responsibility. And I had a tremendous role to play in interfacing with the local community and community relationships, building partnerships, not just with my Korean counterparts in the military, but with the community. And my experience in that role was that the people of South Korea were, one, the most committed people in the world to their democracy and the defense of their nation. Number two, they're the most committed partners in the world that we have in terms of the power and the strength of our alliance and our willingness to work together to defend the Korean Peninsula. And then three, the most hospitable people I have ever met in terms of willingness to embrace Americans, to embrace our soldiers, to be generous and thoughtful about ensuring our soldiers have a positive experience in the country. So my first tour, I don't think I learned very much about South Korea, but my second tour, I think I learned a great deal about what makes an alliance possible. And that's the people, the commitment of mothers and daughters and sons, all to the idea that we're here together. Without that, we don't succeed. You cannot succeed if the people of the country that you're in are not working hand in hand with their partners. So I'd say that was my big takeaway.
Wow, well said. Professor Hong, you have a fascinating background, and I want to start by asking you about your military service. From your biography, we learned that you served as a conscripted soldier in the ROK Army. You started as a private and earned the rank all the way up to sergeant. Tell us about that, what you experienced, what you learned about the ROK-U.S. alliance, and then how did that influence you as a person?
All right, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm very much honored to be here, and then with particularly, the distinguished panels like you. And then, I served the CFC, during the 80s through 82. So it's a long time ago, about 40 years ago. The reason I'm telling you is that I met one great general, whose name is Robert W. Poynter Jr. out of West Point. He's brand new general, but he's totally different. So he really changed my perception on the Army. So he's tried to reach out. I think he didn't need to, but he tried to reach out, and then always shows his strong interest in myself and others. And then one day he just asked me to come into his office, and then he started talking to me, and then he asked, what would I do, my dream. So I tried to tell him that since I was graduate from the 4-year college, I told him that if opportunity is given, I try to study further in the United States, and then becomes military expert, security expert, and then try to contribute further to strengthen the alliance. That's the basic word I told him. But he kept remembering. And then about 1 month later, he asked me to come to his office again, and with a big smile. And then he got good news for me. And then he told my story to then Ambassador Richard Walker. So because he's from the academia, and then he's out of Yale, and then built the program at the University of South Carolina as a dean. So he became the ambassador to South Korea. And then so I and my XO, the other M. Graham, Major Graham, called his office very next day. And then the ambassador workers, the secretary told us that he promised to give a recommendation. So that's why I ended up with South Carolina, University of South Carolina, with a scholarship as soon as I discharged from the military. So I think even after 4 years, I think I'm the only one who got so lucky to get the scholarship and then admission from the university. And then it's all thanks to the General Poynter, as well as the Ambassador Richard Walker. So I owe them what I am now. So I think the Army gave me a sense of purpose, and then I try to learn from them how I can treat people. So after I became a deputy minister, I thought that this is not easy one for the brand new general who take care of his subordinate. Even I'm not KUSAF, I'm a ROK soldier attached to CFC, but he really cares for myself and then others. So I hope that the military, officers as well as, generals, all the learn from my cases that. So I often told the students as well as, public audience that the higher senior officers or the senior people must look after, their subordinates, whether there is a possibility of their people, and then also the young men or the young soldier or the low, rank people must, let his boss knows about your dream. So that's best thing I learned from him. So that's why since then, I try to give an opportunity for my students as well as the young officers. So I think that this is what alliance we make alliance strong. So
Excellent. Thank you very much. So General Smith, in 2016, just 6 years ago, you were assigned to Korea as the 8th Army Deputy Commanding General for Sustainment. So start by describing the strategic landscape when you arrived on the peninsula, 2016. You can remember that time. We do. Tell us about your role and responsibilities as the DCG.
Thank you, and it's an honor to be here today and speak with you all. When I arrived in 2016, it was the first time I had ever been to Korea. I had not had a previous assignment there. And I remember coming from the airport, and it was so modern. And there was public transportation and these beautiful skyscrapers. And then I pulled into the American enclave that was Yongsan, and I felt like I had stepped back into the 1950s. But it was nice to have access to everything that was modern and good. And I will tell you that by the time I left Korea, I can say without hesitation, it was my favorite assignment in the 35 years that I was in the Army. I had two major responsibilities as the DCG of 8th Army. I was very blessed at the time to have as my senior commander General Brooks and as the 8th Army commander General Vandal. So I had a very great command environment in which to work in. And General Vandal gave me two main assignments in addition to everything else that a Deputy Commanding General for Sustainment might do. And the first was, he said that I was responsible for the relocation of the 8th Army headquarters from that little 1950s enclave, the movement of that headquarters to the beautiful base that was being built at Camp Humphreys down in Pyeongtaek. And that was the first thing he wanted me to do. And the next thing that I had a major responsibility for was as the DCGS, I was responsible for the rear command post in the exercises and had primary responsibility for non-combatant evacuation operations and the planning of that for the exercises. So I arrived in July and the exercises are in August. And so I spent that first couple of months just within the secret files learning everything that I could about that op plan and everything that I could about NEO operations because it's so unique in the Korean Peninsula. You all are very aware of this, that we have this type of plan that is built into the overall planning that we do. It was a unique time to be in Korea. As many of you remember, in the time that I was there, 16 and 17, there were 18 missile launches during that time, and there was capabilities that also showed that the missiles could reach as far or farther as Japan and could certainly span the location to the southern part of Korea. And so what that did was that put our plan for NEO in kind of a predicament because the plan that we were working and routinely exercising was built upon a plan that really had Japan and the southern part of the country as main to that. And so part of what I did during that time was really working in an operational environment with a real-world threat, and a great deal of my time, in addition to moving the headquarters through, General Walton he's here, he did a great deal of that work in the transformation office, but it was updating that NEO plan. And during that time, I had such a great experience working with my Korean partners and the people in the State Department and everybody else who had to have a part in that very complex plan about how we were going to conduct NEO if it became necessary.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, General Gibson, we know that you worked in a joint environment prior to coming to Korea, but this was your first combined assignment in which you worked closely with officers from another nation. What did you learn from this experience? How did it shape your attitudes toward an understanding of coalitions?
Yeah, so it was my first combined environment, and I did work closely with Korean officers, particularly when I was in the USFK, J2, CFC, C2, and then in that ground component command. Combined Analysis and Control Center was both a ROK-U.S. 24/7 entity down at Camp Humphreys when it looked like a 1950s barrack, looking at North Korea. And it was a new and different challenge, working with other people, particularly when, my Korean is very paltry, 한국말을 처음 해요, and their English was not their first language either. You have different capabilities, et cetera, but I came away from that assignment just a staunch believer in coalitions, and I have worked hard in many follow-on assignments, in Iraq, Afghanistan, East Africa, across the United States, to build and sustain the intelligence coalitions that I was part of, because I found, one, I think we all know that our strategic alliances and partnerships are among the greatest strategic advantages that we have. And we look at some of our adversaries and the lack of partnerships and alliances that they have, that advantage is very evident. It gives us additional moral heft on the international stage. It is an added deterrent value for our adversaries. It provides additional capacity. And what I think I really learned in both that assignment and some others is that it's not just an additive capacity, but it's often complementary, that our partners bring things, that we each bring something that the other doesn't have. It's not just more of the same capacity, and that is truly where I think much of the value lies. Like a marriage, it isn't always easy. Sometimes, it's some additional challenges in terms of training, in terms of planning, in terms of operating. But in the end, it certainly pays off to have a relationship that is based on trust, on common values, on shared experience, and on firm commitments. And clearly, the coalition, the alliance, strategic alliance that we have with the Republic of Korea is a key to peace and stability in Northeast Asia, not just on the peninsula, but throughout the region.
Thank you. General Edmonds, are there experiences that stand out where you or your unit influenced the ROK-U.S. alliance, either real world or exercise?
So I'm going to talk about an experience that is not global. It's not really big. It's actually a small experience that I think had paid big dividends. When I got to Korea the second time, one of the first things I did was enroll in a Korean culture class. I could have had somebody come to my office and teach me, but I just went to class with the rest of the people who were going. And the commanding general sitting in class, and people are kind of looking. But I found the class very helpful in bridging my understanding of Korean culture. And then it made me start to recognize that some of the people that worked for me, even my senior leaders, were not very appreciative of Korean culture. So I went to Keimyung University in Daegu and asked them to create a small Korean language class for my senior leaders. Now, I didn't think in 2 weeks we would learn to speak Korean. That really wasn't the point. The point was understanding how hard it is for a Korean to deal in English. It's just as hard for us to try to deal in Korean language. And I hoped that my officers would gain some appreciation. So for 2 weeks, every morning I put them on the bus And I went, and we went to school for 2 weeks to learn Korean. And they grumbled and complained. They were busy. They had all these important things to do back in their commands. But we went to school. So one day on the way back in the bus, one of my officers was looking out the window, and he's trying to read Korean. And he starts to sound out a word that he's seeing. And he says, Baskin Robbins. Baskin Robbins. So all of a sudden, he can read the Korean and sound out the word and realizes that that's an ice cream store, that's a Baskin Robbins. And that was like a light bulb that went off. Now, that wasn't the best part of the experience, though. So I did this to make my officers have a better appreciation for Korean culture. I didn't do it for any other reason. But a lot of my community counterparts found out, and my Korean counterpart found out, my ROK Korean military counterpart found out, and were very impressed and appreciative that we would take the time to go and try to learn a little Korean. So our relationships changed dramatically for that one thing, a small thing to do to try to understand each other better. So I would say that would, if I had one thing I could pick, I have one more thing I could say, but I'll save it. But that one, I think, was, to me, the most illuminating on how a little gesture can go so very far in ensuring that your relationships are built on trust and understanding.
Wonderful. Professor Hong, you've done extensive study of and have firsthand experience with women in defense. What are some of the roles that ROK women have in the defense of Korea? And can you comment on, are there enough women serving today?
Well, I was in charge of the defense reform. There are many goals, but one of the goals is to expand the woman in the military. So I try to focus on how can we recruit the talented woman into the army. So that's why we try to establish some ROTC systems in the woman ROTCs for the universities. So that we started in 2010. So now we are having about every year we produced about 30 the lieutenant, the young officers out of the ROTC program. But the problem is that we are not really ready for them to continue their services. So half of them must get out of the army after 2.5 years. So that's too short. So we must use, I think something needs to be done for them allowed to stay longer. But the competition is very severe. There are still a lot of the complaint for the ladies because they are not conscription army. I mean, they are just volunteers. So they wish to stay at least about 5 years in the army. But we are not allow them to stay longer. So the government, call for the more women into the military, but still we are missing, half of them, for different reasons. So that kind of dilemma should be, the overcome. So.
Okay, I appreciate that. I want to ask a follow-on question because you just reminded me of something. I remember that the first women graduates from the Korean Military Academy, KMA, that took place in 2001. Where are they today? How is the recruiting for KMA going as a source for commissioning for Republic of Korea women?
They rise up to lieutenant colonel level. So most of them are now serving as battalion commanders, and then actually the Air Force Academy starts the recruiting, the accepting the woman for the first time in 1997. So for the case of the Air Force, we have about 85 fighter pilots. The pilots are about 85, and then among them, the 42, almost half of them are, working as a fighter pilot. They flew over the F-16s, FA-50s, and F-5s. But the other half is now the helicopter pilots or the transportation C-130, something like that. But the Navy, we have many captains for the small, the destroyers, but the problem is that the society needs more women to be in the Army or the Air Force and Navy, but we still limited 10% of the admittees. So that's too small for the ladies, because they are maintaining high the SAT scores. So if we recruited, for example, Army, the Korea Military Academy, their scores are from number 1 to number 20. They're all women. But after they became the junior officer and the colonel level, so they had a hard time to promote as equal as the male counterpart. So that's we need to do something for them. But there are still many the obstacles. So we'll see. But particularly they want to go to some regiment leaders. And then also they'll probably look for some the senior levels. But I think the time will take care of that. But so far they don't really see the possibility for being elevated to higher ranking military officers. So that we need to change for them to encourage further. So we probably need to improve the personnel system.
I appreciate your candid response. So, General Smith, your assignment as 8th Army Deputy Commanding General was your first posting to Korea, as you pointed out. What were your first impressions? I mean, I know you talked about what you saw, but were there any other impressions that you might have had?
One of the first impressions I had upon arrival is that the local American newspaper on base, I think it was called the Morning Calm, there was an article on the front page that featured a ROK Army First Lieutenant, a young woman who had just earned the Expert Infantry Badge from the 2nd ID. And we were just starting our full integration in the American Army, and I thought we were like way ahead, of any other militaries, and here is this woman that has been awarded the EIB, very prestigious, of course, as you all know, in the American Army. So I asked to have lunch with her, and I look back on that, I hope I didn't get her in trouble. But I talked to her about, you had other choices as a young woman. It's, why did you want to be infantry? And she said, if you're going to be in the Army, why would you be anything except infantry? I could not argue with her logic. And so this was my first impression then of many impressions that I had upon my arrival to the Republic of Korea, is here was a young woman. I don't know all of her circumstances, but she was doing what she wanted to do in the ROK Army. So we know that there are certainly pockets of opportunity for those that want to step up. I've kept up with her. She recently graduated from Fort Benning's maneuver course, and she went there as an infantry officer and graduated from that course, and then went back to, I think it's called Capital Command, where she's going to have the opportunity to be a company commander. But that was my first impression, is there were, just as anywhere in the world, there were young women wanting to do just anything they wanted to do.
Awesome, great. So General Gibson, What lessons learned from your assignment in Korea were you able to apply in future assignments?
Well, you know, I was there as a relatively junior officer, so I was learning all the time. I think things that I could apply in my career. Two that I would touch on. One, you know, to get back to that kind of the value of coalitions. I learned a lot about what it takes to build and sustain those kinds of partnerships. And among other things, when I was working for then Colonel Legier, you know, she had this long-range calendar, and she'd turn to us and say, like, hey, we haven't been to Troca in 90 days. Time to head out there. Hey, you know, this month we're going to Froka, or, you know, we might head down to Daegu to go see Sroka. And just that relationships are not built in a crisis, but that they are built and sustained on a daily basis through regular interaction that kind of establishes that mutual credibility and trust. And so just kind of having, even in my head in other assignments, battle rhythm sort of, even if I'm not in a coalition environment, like right now in my current position, you know, every month, hey, it's time for me to go see this person, it's time for me to go see that person, you know, what it takes to build and sustain those kind of relationships. But the other broader one, I think, is based on time in Korea as a family. And I was on an accompanied tour. I have two children. They attended school. They were 1st through 7th grades in the years that we were there, and we absolutely loved it. And when people ask, what was your favorite tour or assignment as a family, and we were in exotic places like Hawaii, but we all say Korea was the best. My children and I just really delighted in experiencing this other very different culture, and the exposure for them to learn that the world is such a remarkably rich and diverse place that, again, back to that, just because it's different doesn't mean it's wrong. That it can be additive and complementary, and we don't need to be identical. The tremendous value in trying to understand another's perspective, of seeing through their eyes, and to see and understand the world or a problem through their experiences and their viewpoints, and that value. And I will tell you that, you know, my children, even though we came back, I guess they were in 5th and 8th grades, when they graduated from high school and college, both of them requested that we celebrate as a family with our broader family by going to a Kalbi restaurant, because that's their idea of how you celebrate a special occasion. And Korea still has a very warm place in our heart.
Wonderful. So, General Edmonds, what opportunities did you have or experience during your assignments to Korea? And you can go back to the time as a captain, but any opportunities that you might have had?
Opportunities. Well, as a commander in Korea, I didn't have a lot of opportunity to travel or vacation, so I can't put that on the agenda, but I think the opportunity to, one of the pictures that was showed in the beginning was opportunity I had to interface with some Korean nurse ROTC cadets. I found that very interesting, to have an opportunity to be a mentor. I would suppose I think at the time in Korea there was only one woman general officer, and I believe she was a nurse. Mm-hmm. So having the opportunity to expose these young ladies to the idea of the military as a career, as we see it in the United States. You know, we have, even at that time, had a lot more opportunity to serve for a career, which you were referring to earlier is not really widely possible. I think, so the ability to expose everyone to the idea that there could be a woman flag officer. So when I arrived in Korea, I was kind of a unicorn. There had never been before. There was never a woman general officer from the United States to have served there. So that made me quite an anomaly. And so that was an opportunity to be a role model or exposed, having other people exposed to the idea that U.S. military, a woman can make it a long career and be successful, which I think in the overall topic of women in the defense of the alliance, it's important to understand that all of our countries have to rely on our entire population for peace and security. We cannot just rely on a small portion of our population to defend our country. So whatever capacity people serve in, whether they serve in the military or they serve their community in support of defense, we have to rely on everyone. And I think probably General Brooks could get up here and give us a great rundown of the whole idea of women in peace and security. But across the world, it's important for countries to appreciate the entirety of their population and draw on the entirety of their population for the better good of the nation. In our country, we have the same problem as in Korea. We are having recruiting challenges. Not a lot of people these days, not a lot of young people want to join the military. Well, we cannot just rely on attracting young men into the military. We have to rely on attracting young men and women. And it's not just because we want more people. It's actually a diversity of thought. You get different ideas, you get different perspectives when you allow your entire population the opportunity to contribute. And I think all over the world, people are starting to realize that you cannot only have your military made up of men for lots of reasons, one of which is being able to recruit the right numbers, but also to gain a different perspective on peace and security. And not all peace and security is about war. Peace and security is about understanding and collaboration and building alliances and trust in each other. And I think women bring a lot to that table.
Excellent. So, Professor Hong, I'm going to go way out on a limb on this one. We know that the mission of the KUSAF Soldier Program is to augment the U.S. Army in Korea with ROK Army soldiers in order to increase the ROK-U.S. combined defense capability on the Korea Peninsula. Now that both the Republic of Korea and the United States have women serving in the infantry, do you think there should be women who serve as a KUSAF? And if so, is there an opportunity for that to happen?
Well, that's a fascinating idea, but it's not currently feasible idea because we have to take care of ourselves about the Korean conscription. For the first time, when we had the survey by the Joseon Daily and some other the agencies, so young ladies in 20s, like the idea of the conscription, the female conscription, about 42%. This is quite a change, So, but we don't think that the women are not joining the military, but they see these things differently. So I think this is the kind of the opportunity for us. So we'll probably, examine further and then try to find a way. But unlike United States, we don't have any enlisted men, women. Mm-hmm. So they are all NCOs and officers. Mm-hmm. So that's why if we take them to augment it to the U.S. Army, there must be some enlistment, right? So in order to that, we have to take them as an enlisted woman, right? So I think there are technical some problems, but anyway, since the U.S. armies provide some equal opportunity, regardless of gender, so I think that is a good opportunity, educational opportunity for the Koreans to learn how they can, help each other. So in that sense, I think the woman KUSAF, female KUSAF, will be the one channel for us to learn your system.
I like that answer very much. So, General Smith, you were functionally aligned with ROK entities for exercise and real-world contingencies. You talked about that a little bit. Can you tell us about the work that you did and how you interfaced with ROK personnel?
I never turned down an opportunity to go visit. Certainly, you know, and General Gibson talked about being on that rotation plan is I think that just being physically present and getting to know who your counterparts are is one of the most important things, and it was practiced so well and role modeled so well by the leaders that we had there in USFK and also in 8th Army that I fell in line to be able to do that. And so I did get out and about during the exercises, in particular, the close relationship that we kept with 2nd OC down in the southern part, and then we also had the Transportation Command co-located, or parts of it, back in CP Oscar down at Camp Walker. And so there was a continual interaction with them between the exercises also. I remember about this interface too, it's the exercises, all the things that I did in the role at 2OC, but there was also that personal part of it. I have a very specific memory of General Kim, who was in 2nd ID. And General Kim helped me through, there was a terrible accident, traffic accident, in which a Korean national was killed, and a U.S. soldier was driving. And it was called upon me to give condolences to the family. And I remember spending time with General Kim, and he really helped me understand from a Korean perspective about the loss, about the mourning process, and about what condolences meant. And I will be forever grateful for that.
Thank you. So, General Gibson, we saw in the photographs that were shown earlier a fabulous picture of you with your daughter, who was a captain wearing quartermaster brass. So tell us about, what was that like as a parent to, you know, knowing full well what the military involved, knowing what the Army involved, and then having your daughter interested in joining?
Yeah. Well, first I'd say I was very proud. I'm very proud of my daughter for her service. You know, my husband and I always told our children, you don't need to make this a career. But, you know, we expect that you will be good citizens, that you will serve your nation in some way. The military is not the only option. That you will, you know, contribute to society. You will be part of your community. And we're very proud of her for choosing to do that. She and her husband, my son-in-law, served for 6 and 7 years respectively. And continue to serve their society and the nation. I will say, I think my daughter's decision to join the military was very strongly influenced by growing up on the Korean Peninsula, by being surrounded by kids whose parents do nothing but serve in the military. I think she wasn't sure there were other options yet. But just that, again, the excitement of living overseas as a family, and it really instilled in her a fascination and an interest in international relations, which is what she studied in college. And unlike me, she had the opportunity to return to Korea. So I haven't, you know, four consecutive years, but I haven't been back since. One of her assignments, she served at I-Corps at Fort Lewis, Washington, now Joint Base Lewis-McChord, as the Battalion S4 for the Corps headquarters. And every time I-Corps would participate in an exercise in Korea, she would get to go over in advance and line up all the logistics and stay until it was over and do the cleaning up. And so I have enjoyed listening to her stories and her perspectives about trips to Korea as a young officer and how that differed from her experience growing up there. But certainly very proud of both her and my son-in-law and doing what I could to try to meet those recruiting quotas. Yeah, grow your replacement, so yes.
Wonderful. So, General Edmonds, you were featured on the cover of Women Life, and here you are, the 2003 edition, front and center. Here she is featured. So tell us, how did this opportunity present itself, and what was the essence of the article, and what was the interest here?
Well, I told you that when I got there, I was a unicorn, in that there'd never been another woman general from the United States serving there. So that was why they wanted to interview me for the magazine. And the essence of the article was to get my impressions. You know, what did I like about Korea? What was my favorite Korean food? I mean, it was a curiosity piece, I think, that here was somebody serving in a role that they had not conceived of, at least previously. So that was pretty much the essence of it. And to me, it was another part of that community and trust-building exercise.
Wonderful. Thank you. So, Professor Hong, I want to go back to, you mentioned that, you mentioned a little bit about the ROTC program at Sukmyung University, the Air Force and the Army program. I know that that was your creation, and it was because of your caring and knowing that there needed to be an avenue to provide a program for women to be able to become leaders and officers. You took that on. Tell us about that program, what obstacles you might have had, and where is it today?
Well, I just had the lucky to persuade, the president of the university to start, ROTC programs. They accepted, and then we started anyway. But I think, we got to give more opportunity, educational opportunity for them, because we must not, to consider them as just low officers, spend over 2 to 3 years in the Army and then get out of the military. We better train them as the more the able, the person as well as the officers, right? So we try to give more opportunity for them. So hopefully, when I first started the program, we took them to, the United States and then spent about a month for getting communicated with others, and then also to look around the U.S. facilities and then the institution. So that kind of education is very much needed. But always, the university officials thought about the budget, the limitations. They try to cut the budget, and then they try to just make the very simple program. So I'm very much disappointing with that. So hopefully the ministry as well as the Army or the university to spend the further to train officers as well as the future citizens. So that attitude will be very much needed for the Korea. So I think when I just said we need to expand the woman, so that doesn't necessarily mean that the woman is just filling out the gap left by the shortage of the male. So we need to train them as a leader, future leader, right? So hopefully the time has changed drastically. So in the Army, I think we need a new kind of the approaches to communicate with the soldiers, so that they can be the mentor, or they can they try to touch their future. So I think the woman needs to be very much needed in terms of upgrading the military culture. So as General Edmonds mentioned about WPS, Women, Peace and Security, so there are many demands from outside. So hopefully we can train as well as give more educational opportunity for them. So that's I try to focus on, and then hopefully we'll end up with a more bright the future, and then also the better result. Thank you.
Thank you. General Smith, you mentioned earlier that you worked with the State Department. Of course, you talked about your ROK counterparts. So specifically talking about interagency and so forth, because non-combatant evacuations involves all of that, plus Transportation Command and so forth. How did you reach the level of collaboration with those entities in order to complete 8th Army's mission?
I think it was from repetition, because we had these exercises routinely scheduled, the big exercises, UFG, Key Resolve, and then we had our in-between NEO exercises. And so that exercise framework created conditions for repetitive interaction. And then because there were 4 exercises in NEO, you learned a lesson, and then you could say, oh, we forgot entirely to invite fill in the blank, and then we could make these improvements. I think one of the things that hinders the collaboration, just in the way that Americans are assigned to Korea, is that we need longer tours. Every time we might get a level of collaboration and make great gains in a year, and then we start all over again with the new Americans who rotate in. So I think that repetition could also be further aided by, I know that there have been several discussions about changing the policy concerning tour lengths in general in Korea. And I think the exercises also, as part of the collaboration, I mean, they really provide the unity of purpose that is required to achieve those things that we want to achieve, the security in the region, of course, by people outside seeing that we're having these collaborative exercises, but also it does provide that unity of purpose that keeps us coming back to the table during the next exercise and stay enthused and engaged in what we're actually doing.
Excellent, thank you. General Gibson, the Korean theater is always very dynamic. Were there any significant real-world events that occurred while you were stationed in Korea? And you actually sort of brought one up.
Yeah. Well, one, which I won't talk about, there was a sinking of a ship, and I think that happens every couple of years. So maybe that's not, it felt very exciting to me as a major, but maybe now in the grand scheme of things, it wasn't that big a deal. But every September for years, the Army Intelligence Corps, Military Intelligence Corps, convened its battalion and brigade commanders, its division and Corps G2s at Fort Huachuca, Arizona for an annual intelligence leaders conference. And so in September of 2000, all the battalion commanders, the brigade commander were gone, key people from the USFK J2, and I've mentioned one of my jobs was battalion XO, second in charge, so I got to be an acting battalion commander, and I was feeling pretty full of myself, and was several days into a very successful command tour here, and a cousin called me from the United States in the middle of the night to tell me that our nation was under attack, and described to me the attack, the aircraft that had flown into the Twin Towers in the Pentagon. And of course, this was before, I mean, yes, there was an internet, but if you had an email account, it was probably AOL. You know, you actually got your news from the Stars and Stripes. I mean, it just was not, you know, the same environment. And of course, aircraft were grounded, were not able to fly from the United States for a while. So all our battalion and brigade leadership was stuck in the United States for about another 10 days, and I was not feeling as full of myself as I had been when they first left, because now I'm in charge. And together with the DCO and my fellow battalion XOs, and you know, getting accountability of all of our people to include folks who were on vacation around the United States or in the US. And I realized it wasn't the same as being in the United States for 9/11, but there were still such unknowns. And, you know, base commanders who were suddenly full of themselves and wanted everyone in a foxhole around the airfield. And you're like, well, if you're really concerned about the threat, maybe you should let me leave some people in the skiff with headsets on that are listening to radios. But, you know, so working on accountability, securing the base, you know, what kind of, we really kind of went overboard. I remember we had warrant officers riding on school buses, you know, to make sure the kids were safe. We had, you know, people escorting the trash trucks, but communicating to the soldiers in the unit and the families, because again, it was a period of time when information didn't flow in the way that it does today. But the one thing that really struck me, and you and I spoke about this the last couple of days, was the warmth and generosity of our Korean counterparts and our Korean communities in helping us as we came to grips with and tried to understand what was happening and how we should respond. And you know, my parents, who were very worried about me, I was like, I think the last place you need to worry about us right now is in Korea. It was obviously a significant event in most of our lives, and I spent it in Korea.
Thank you for sharing that. Okay, we've got about 15 minutes left, and that means an opportunity for you all to ask questions of these panel members. So I see a hand is already up, and let's go ahead and ask that question. And please let us know who you want to answer the question.
Hello, I'm Michael Chek Kim. I'm a U.S. Foreign Service officer. Thank you, Ambassador Stevens, for joining us. So thank you, General Edmonds. It's great to hear that you were the first woman over in Korea. That's phenomenal. So you actually addressed a lot of the questions that I had. But the key question is, I'm wondering for the three of you, were you ever the only woman in the room when you were over in Korea, filled with military officers? And did you feel you broke a glass ceiling there? Right now, I had the privilege of serving under Career Ambassador Michelle Sisson, who is our current Assistant Secretary of State for International Organizations, and she was our Deputy Permanent Representative in New York. And one of the things she has shared with her bureau is just how there were times when she was in New York, and she was the only woman in the room. And even in her other ambassadorial ships like the UAE, that was very often the case. So I'd love to hear your perspective on how being the only women in the room over in Korea impacted you, but also impacted all of the troops under you and the people in Korea. Thank you.
I'm laughing and smiling because only woman in the room was always, not just in Korea. I cannot tell you how many times I was the only woman in the room from the time I was a lieutenant to the time I was a major general in the Pentagon. So the answer to that is pretty much always. The issue, not the issue, I guess I never really thought of myself that way though. My father, I had 4 brothers, and my father was a career Army officer, also a Vietnam War veteran, and he never treated me differently. He never told me I couldn't do something. So my upbringing led me to believe I was just as good as everybody else, and that everything depended on how hard I was willing to work. To be successful. So the answer to how often was I the only woman in the room? Always. The answer to did I ever let that make a difference? Never. I'll let you.
I was having exactly the same thought. I started in Alaska in the 6th Infantry Division. I was often, the only woman in the Quonset hut, the tent, the room, whatever it was. That was the norm. And by the time I got to Korea, following this glass ceiling that's been broken by General Edmonds in Korea, it was actually less frequent to be the only woman in the room. And I've mentioned I had a brigade commander who was a woman, and I was her brigade S3. And actually, then Colonel McDonald was another brigade commander in the same building. It was quite awesome. I mean, to have these 2 female brigade commanders in our building. But my brigade commander was a woman, I was a woman as her 3, and then there was another woman who was the ace chief. And we would go around to FROKA and TROKA and SROKA, and the Koreans would say, "Why do you have so many women?" And she'd say, "It's 2. All my battalion commanders are men, my deputy's a man. What do you mean so many women?" So at any rate, times change.
How about General Smith?
Yeah, I think also always, through the years, and you get to the point you don't even think about it. And I didn't know that I was the first woman general in 8th Army headquarters ever until afterwards. I think I read about it when they did the newspaper article on the patch ceremony. And when we find ourselves, because I get asked a lot, you probably do too. It's like, well, how do you do it? And one of the things that I think I benefited from was the ability to have presence. We think about it as military bearing. And I think that one of the things that helps women be the only one in the room is that exhibiting the presence, kind of the command presence in a way that helps you gain the respect that comes with the position that you are representing, not just the gender that is being represented in the room.
Thank you. I see a question here up front.
안녕하십니까. I'm Dr. Wayne Clark, and thank you very much for addressing us today and discussing some of the case studies and personal examples of how we've diversified and the benefits of all of that as we work together, not only as 2 nations, but also embracing all of us as one team. Been honored to be in uniform from the 80s and, in Panmunjom, where it's very male-centric, to every command, and I've worked with a couple of you and several of you in the audience here today in the last as a civilian over in USFK, working with my boss here, General Bolton. Currently, I'm over in Saudi Arabia, where I'm a professor at their National Defense University. If I had 15 seconds with Prince Mohammed bin Salman in the elevator, of course I'd never get there, but if I had, I've been able to meet with the royalty, but if I had 15 seconds with him, what should I say to convince him of the importance of embracing diversity and to allow women to become officers in their armed forces? Because currently they do not allow that.
Well, I'll go ahead, I'll answer that. I
Great,
think that by not embracing diversity, you lose out on 50% of your population. And if you ever want to create a team or you have a board of directors, don't select people who look like you. You want people who have diversity of thought, you want some people who are creative, you want people who think differently from you. So I think by not including them, they lose out.
It's a good 15 seconds.
That's it.
Okay, I see another question over here.
Yes. General Smith, you partially answered my question, but I want to address all three of you generals. I have an enigma. My idea of command is not what I'm seeing on that stage. You seem so friendly and so jovial. Well, seriously, this is a serious question. How would I explain to my daughters how to be both? You know, like strong and real and, you know, friendly. This just blows me away. It's just amazing. That was my question.
Did you say, how do you explain to your daughters?
Yes, how would I explain to my daughters? I have two.
Well, my impression of the young gals growing up today is that they tend to be more strong and kind. I don't see the reticence in the current generation that you might have seen in my mother's generation or even my generation, where you weren't sure where you could fit. They're bold. They're out doing so many things, but I think I would answer your question by saying, you know, when I first joined the military, you had to be rough and tough. You had to swear like a sailor to be taken seriously. I mean, you almost had to be overly aggressive in order not to be pushed to the side. And I don't think that's the case anymore. I think there's not enough women in the military, but there are enough that's no longer necessary. You do have to have command presence, or you do have to have presence. Absolutely, I totally agree with that. You cannot be frivolous and be taken seriously, but I don't think you have to be rough and tough like you had to be with the women of World War II, to Korea, to Vietnam, the environments that they were required to operate in, where the only way you survived was to be as tough as the guys. So I think times have changed. For your daughters, I think the world is a beautiful place where they can be both a woman and a leader, and the two are very compatible with each other.
I think I would add that we have had time to grow into our authenticity as a leader. And I know when a young leader begins, sometimes what they're trying to do is fulfill a stereotype of what they think a leader is supposed to be. And, you know, your soldiers can tell when you're faking it. And so in trying to fulfill that stereotype, you actually are not doing yourself a favor. So we've had time to learn to be authentic, perhaps also tell her to set aside the stereotype and just enter into it as herself.
I would offer two things. One, I think times have changed, but times have also changed for men. And I think some of those stereotypes are very dated. I remember as a one-star in Iraq turning to the J3, the director of operations, and I forget which of us asked the other, hey, when did we stop throwing things when we got mad? Like, you know, because when I was a young officer, people threw canteens, helmets, radios. It's how you showed this was important, damn it. I mean, and that kind of doesn't happen anymore. So I think times have changed in that regard anyway. The second point that I would offer to your daughters is that once, this was for me, once I began to demonstrate competence, people stopped caring about which bathroom I was going to use.
May I add one thing? You know, I'm teaching 29 years at the Women's University. think about all the students are women, but these days young boys don't want to go to join the army. But in my case, I probably send more than 100 the young ladies to join the army and Air Force and Navy. So this is what you portray the image of institution. So you got to tell them, you can be a leader, and then you can be kind of the institution as army is become very, provide equal opportunity, and then you can get the chances to promote. So that kind of image, the one can produce to the young generation. So I think this is ordinary parents must keep in mind.
I just want to thank you all. Who you are has spoken more than all your experiences to me, and I appreciate it very much.
And I want to actually say something exactly about that. So coming back to the topic of women in peace and security, you really do need some role models out there. When I showed up in Alaska as a battalion commander for the first time, and people would see me go by, they'd be like, there's a woman lieutenant colonel here. And when I went to Korea, why did I end up on the cover of a magazine? Because everybody's like, whoa, what's that? You need role models. And the more role models, and this is going to be the same for the Korean military, if you ever decide to move forward with trying to offer women a career in the military, is you need role models. You need to see people in that role to understand it's an option for you, and that if you choose that option, you can be successful. So, the United States military has taken a very long time, I think, to get to the point where you're no longer looking like this. When you see a woman senior leader go by, every military that's trying to develop their contribution of women in their peace and security environment has the same challenge. You have to deliberately want to allow women, not move, not push, allow, because women will succeed. You need to allow them to succeed, to provide role models for others to even consider that option.
Yeah, before closing, I'm gonna tell you the very beautiful story. The ROK-U.S. Joint Division that has the two women chief of staffs. I mean Maria Bosche and then Colonel Moon-Han-ho. They make a good partners, and they really work very hard to be respected by the soldiers. And then I think this kind of best practice will be the prolonged or and give a lot of the impetus for the rest of the military to follow for emulation. So I think I congratulate them, and then their outstanding performances are very much commendable. Thank you.
Excellent. We have time for one question. So, ma'am.
Hi, thank you so much, Generals, for your service and sharing your story today. I'm Do-Yeon Kim. I'm with the Center for New American Security. As much as I love to hear about the experiences of women and women's roles in national security, I'd also like to capitalize upon the intellectual firepower that we have on the panel and ask a substantive question today. As you know very well, we live in a very complex world. The United States has to deal with not just one nuclear power or adversary, but three: Russia, China, and North Korea. And so this complicates, it raises the question of whether Washington has the ability to deal with multiple crises caused by one or two or even three of these adversaries, nuclear adversaries. And it's also more complicated because all three regimes are using gray zone tactics, so that complicates deterrence. And so I'm curious, if you had an opportunity to sit with the President of the United States, what is one recommendation you'd like to give him or her in this complex security landscape that we're living in today? Thank you.
Do we have time for another panel? I mean, because that's like an hour's worth of discussion, and you've got some brilliant, I think Marcus over here is probably a great person to ask that question of as a North Korean expert. it's not really my place to comment on policy, but I think we are very good at doing one thing at a time. I mean, it is a stretch for our logistical team, it's a stretch for the intelligence team, it's a stretch for others to really focus on more than one. It's hard, and again, Marcus and Ray they've got a lot of experience in what that's like. I think, but your comment on the gray zone, I think, this is my personal opinion, we don't do enough to treat the information domain as a domain of conflict. And I actually like to think of it even almost as the cognitive domain. You know, we're committed to air, space, ground, sea, you know, et cetera, but the cognitive domain is too often just a little annex at the end of a plan and not woven into it, and I think this is an area where our adversaries, particularly Russia and China, perhaps give that greater focus than we do. That if I could do one thing to the president, ask one thing to the president, we would do that.
I'm going to give you a non-technical answer because she's the smart person in the room. But I think alliances and coalitions are the only thing that allow us to be able to do more than one thing at a time. And if I were to talk to the president, I would say stay engaged. Keep the United States engaged worldwide because we cannot do everything at once. Together, we can deter and defend. Alone, we can only probably do one thing at a time.
That's the answer. You're right.
Good answer.
In the interest of time, I'm going to go ahead and say thank you to being such an engaging audience, but more importantly, thank you to the wonderful panelists. Thank you for your insightful comments. Thank you for being vulnerable and telling us what you think, because you have shared with us not only what is possible, but you have talked about what is possible for the future. So we will leave with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, please let's give them another round of applause. What a wonderful session that was. Just masterfully done. Thank you. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we are at our first break. It'll be 15 minutes. Please, just refreshments, restrooms outside, and we'll be back here at 3:15. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Sure, sure. Thank you very much on behalf of General. I think they just wanted to make sure that this was completed. 3:15, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hey, good to see you. How's everything?
I spent some time on it. I probably overdid it. I learned not to overdo stuff. So it keeps telling me I overdo everything. Fair enough. Thank you.
I was in pain. Anyways, buddy. Okay. I'm going to say some nice stuff to you about you, and then we're driving on. We're going to close right at 4:50, 4:55.
So how's that clock gonna run?
Dude, we ain't going to do it.
Oh, we ain't gonna use it. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll,
because
I'll
yeah, please.
I'll keep track.
We
of
just
myself.
did that because she wanted a clock, and I was like, dude, I think it's okay. Because otherwise, the person speaking here is going to be out of the picture. Okay, so I need to make a quick administrative announcement. At the table that I was sitting in, someone left their phone. Oh, which table? Oh, oh. But okay, so it's a phone with a butterfly. So if this is your phone, I'm sorry I can't open it to find out whose it is. Please go and see Earlene. Okay? Phone. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start the panel in about 2 minutes. One of the things that we really do value at KDVA in terms of gatherings like this is doing the things that we're doing now. We will have plenty of time to socialize and get to know each other immediately after this panel at our reception. So again, I'm sorry to break up the momentum, but in about 2 minutes, we'll start the second panel. And again, we'll have plenty of time to connect at the reception immediately after this panel, which will also be attended by the U.S. Secretary of the Army. So 2 minutes. Thank you. So again, ladies and gentlemen, just whoever phone this is, I just want to make sure if you're looking for your phone, Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So panel 2 is called Veteran Commanders and Diplomats Forum. This is a very unique group of experts and senior leaders from the Defense and Diplomatic Corps who understand the alliance, and the people who built the alliance are veterans like few others. So our moderator is Mr. Marcus Galaskis, a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. Marcus served as the National Intelligence Officer for North Korea on the National Intelligence Council. Okay, humongously long title. Let me just shorten it so that people understand exactly what he did for 6 years. He was the top intel official on North Korean matters for the United States government. That's what he did for the last 6 years. And before that, he was the Director of Strategy at the United Nations Command, Combined Forces Command, U.S. Forces Korea. And as a guy who had the opportunity to work with him for 2 years when I was in uniform, just a fantastic guy, really is. And the reason why most of you are going, who is that? It's because he's got a beard. It's the COVID beard, ladies and gentlemen, in full swing. So we are very thankful to have Marcus lead this panel. So Marcus, sir, thank you.
Steve, thanks for that great introduction, and welcome everyone to the Veteran Commanders and Diplomats Forum. And my thanks to General Brooks, to General Jung, and the whole KDVA and KUSAF teams for putting this together. And then, of course, particularly Steve, thanks for roping me into this. This is a great opportunity. It's my distinct honor to moderate this very distinguished panel of top former diplomats and military commanders who devoted so much of their lives to the security of not only their home countries, but of the ROK-U.S. alliance. For those of you not thoroughly familiar with their biographies, I'll direct you to the full bios in your programs, since I'm not going to be able to do them full justice in the introductions without unduly delaying the start of the panel. Suffice to say, we have the collective wisdom of over a combined century of experience of the Republic of Korea, the United States, and the U.S. ROK-U.S. alliance as a whole. So I'll begin with Chairman Yoon Myung-hwan, who is the chairman of the board of KUSAF, and is also served as a senior advisor of the Kim In-chang Law Office, having retired after 37 years of distinguished service with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, including 4 different ambassadorships, in my account. Is it 4? Is that right? And with his final government position as the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade from 2008, I should say, and to 2010, a very critical period, as we'll talk about during the discussion. The next distinguished former diplomat we have is Ambassador Mark Lippert, who's now Executive Vice President for Samsung Electronics North Korea, and had a distinguished U.S. government career spanning 2 decades, including as ambassador to the Republic of Korea, key leadership positions at the Pentagon and the White House, as well as time deployed to Afghanistan and Iraq as a Navy intelligence officer and as a Senate staff member on Capitol Hill. And I didn't mean to make it sound like he was deployed as a staffer on Capitol Hill, although I'm sure he did battle there many occasions politically. Then we have next, General Robert Abrams at the end, United States Army, retired. His final assignment was as Commander, United Nations Command, U.S. ROK Combined Forces Command, and U.S. Forces Korea from November 2018 to July 2021. And prior to that assignment, as I hope we'll talk a little bit about today, he commanded at every level from company through 4-star major command and led units in combat operations in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Afghanistan. And then last but not least, we also have General Lim Ho-young, Republic of Korea Army retired, who had retired after a distinguished career, culminating in his service as the Deputy Commander of Combined Forces Command and its Ground Component Commander through August 2017. This was, of course, not his first assignment to Combined Forces Command, as I met him there, actually, when he was the Deputy C3, and we served together when he was there in 2013. So this is, as I said, a very distinguished panel, and I have to admit, a little intimidated by the fact that usually, as an intelligence officer and as a strategic advisor, it's distinguished gentlemen like me that are asking me the questions to answer, rather than turning the tables now where I'm the one who gets to ask the questions. So broadly, the purpose of the panel today is for the audience, for all of you, the KDVA members, to learn from the experience, the insights, and the recommendations for the way ahead from these distinguished panelists as they relate to both defense and diplomacy. And though I'm going to be moderating the discussion to meet this goal and to keep us on time and on track, I want to try and do so in a way that we're going to have some opportunities to have interaction with the audience throughout, and then also make sure that each of the panelists has a chance to speak to the issues that they think are the most important for you all to hear. And so just briefly, overall, the subject of today's discussion is intended to be policy recommendations for peace building on the peninsula. And hearing from the perspective of both diplomats and military commanders in this regard. But I'm sure we're going to cover many other questions, and I'm sure we're going to have some excellent questions from the audience, just like Dooyeon's question earlier. I hope we can actually tackle that one again during the conversation. So we're going to go for about 90 minutes. And our plan is to do a couple of rounds of question and answer as we go through this. So we'll start with part one will be some introductory comments from based on a question to each of the panelists. Then we'll shift to a focus on regional issues, because this has been something that's really come into focus more of how does the ROK-U.S. alliance fit into the region, and what are some of the out-of-area considerations from third actors that could play into the alliance's roles and missions and concerns going forward. And then lastly, we'll have a third round, which will be kind of more of an open forum, and I know that there are some additional issues that each of the panelists would like to speak to. So that's the overall plan, and again, the goal is, as we go through this, to draw in the audience and have some questions and discussion. But we'll start here upfront with the recommendations from these distinguished panelists. And so I'll start with Chairman Yu. Chairman Yu, you've got extensive experience as a diplomat. You were serving as the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade, as I alluded earlier, in a very critical period when North Korea attacked and sank the Cheonan. This I'm sure was a very stark reminder that we may have an armistice with North Korea, but at the end of the day, we still really don't have peace on the Korean Peninsula. So given this experience and what you've seen since, what are your top recommendations on how to build peace on the peninsula diplomatically, keeping in mind how hostile North Korea is and how it's established this continuing pattern of threats and of violence? How do we deal with that?
Well, as you pointed out well, North Korea has been continuing to provoke South Korea militarily. It's really countless provocations was made during the last 70 years. But if I may point out, for really serious provocation was in 1968, North Korea sent an assassination commander to South Korea to kill President Park Chung-hee. 31 commanders, they were all killed just in front of the Blue House, presidential office. The second serious provocation was 1976, so-called Panmunjom X murder, where 2 American officers were killed. And then again, just before the 1988 Olympics, a Korean Air, it's a civil aircraft, it was bombed over the Indian Ocean, where more than 250 passengers, innocent people, were killed. And in 1996, when I was a Director General in charge of American affairs, there was a submarine intrusion to Eastern Sea, Gangneung area, where more than almost 20 commanders, they get ashore and on the way to fleeing to Panmunjom and through Panmunjom, DMZ to North Korea, they killed many civilians. But the Cheonan incident is the most serious provocation. At the time, I was foreign minister, and I was enjoying dinner at the south of Han River. It was about 9:30, and Situation Room of the Blue House President's office called me up and report as soon as possible to the Situation Room. It's the underground bunker in the Blue House. And as soon as I arrived there, nobody knew what happened really, because we didn't have enough information to make a decision whether it was committed by North Korea or not. But every circumstantial evidence is that pointing that North Korea did it. And at the time, I remember that I told my Defense Minister Kim Dae-hyung that it's a tantamount to
a declaring war by North Korea, because North Korean submarine infiltrated territorial sea of South Korea and fired, missile to Korean corvette Cheonan. So actually it's the same as they are declaring war. So it was, I was totally, at loss how to, take this issue. And I asked the question to Kim Tae-young, Defense Minister, can you retaliate likewise the North Korean naval base in Nampo, where normally the North Korean submarine came out? But Kim Tae-young told me that, no, it's not possible because American wouldn't agree to that retaliation simply because Americans, commanders in CFC is so concerned about escalation of hostility to war. But I felt that at that time, as I mentioned, in numerous North Korean military provocations, not a single time South Korea retaliated likewise militarily North Korea. So I thought that North Korea might have thought that South Korean military wouldn't retaliate whatever they do. I think that's a great mistake. They had their bad habit. And then that same year, November, the Yeonpyeong shelling occurred, where several civilians killed and several soldiers were killed. At that time, South Korean military fired back to the origin of target. And I heard that there are a lot of casualties on the part of North Korea. And after that, Kim Tae-young resigned and Mr. Kim Kwan-jin became the defense minister. He issued a strong operation directives to the front military service. If, Yeonpyeong shelling occur again, or some other provocation occur in nearby DMZ, retaliate first, of course in proportion, and report later. And it really, American CFC commanders were surprised by that kind of order issued by defense minister. And then in later years, it proved that it's effective to deter North Korean military provocation. So I heard from American side, after that, they called so-called Kim Kwan-jin effect. So since then, I didn't see any real military provocation nearby DMZ. Yes, some occurred several times, but not that serious one. But anyway, so unfortunately, when Cheonan incident broke out, diplomatically, there were not much thing to do, except consulting with the United States and discussing how to, report to the United Nations Security Council and take an issue and condemn North Korea. And also, I contacted China and Russia to give a strong warning to North Korea indirectly, because there is no channel to communicate with North Korea. It's very sad that after the division of South Korean peninsula, especially after the Korean War, North Korea refused to talk to South Korea directly on security and diplomatic issue. It's their, logic principle not to discuss diplomatic and military issue with South Korea directly. It's because it's anachronistic belief, and North Korea way of thinking is that South Korea is a puppet of the United States. And so North Korea has to talk to the United States on any military issues. Of course, nobody agrees with that, but that's what North Korea still insists that. So what I'm saying as a police recommendation to keep peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula, even though we open the channel of diplomatic way and military hotlines, but sometimes it doesn't work at all, even though they agreed to install military hotlines. So what I'm recommending is the only way to keep peace and stability is to increase joint deterrence capability. While we are trying to talk with North Korea diplomatically, but only way to keep peace and stability is to have a strong deterrence capability. So that's what I'm saying, always arguing that safety should be maintained. So these are very practical recommendations.
All right, Chairman, thank you very much for that recommendation. I'm sure there'll be some good follow-up discussion on that. Now let's go to Ambassador Lippert. You also served as a top diplomat during a period of rising threats from the Kim regime. You were there during the DMZ confrontation in August 2015 when those 2 ROK soldiers were maimed by a North Korean mine attack. And then, of course, you were there when North Korea started its resumption of nuclear and long-range missile testing in 2016. So given all these challenges, what do you think is really possible to achieve through diplomacy with North Korea while the Kim regime remains in power? What would be your top recommendations to this group?
No, well, thanks, Marcus. Thanks for the question. Great honor to be here. And let me just associate myself with the remarks that you made about thanking the organizers, all the hard work that's gone into this. It's been a really productive day already, and look forward to trying to make a modest contribution to a splendid day of events here. Also, let me just quickly say I'm speaking for myself as a private citizen, not as the company which I work, I don't want to pretend that they have a view on the landscape of issues that I'm going to try to cover here. So I'm going to be brief on this response, but I'll just tell you one quick story before I dive in. And you mentioned the tensions, right, that were very high, rampant, I would argue, in 15 and 16 and into 17 as well after I left. I was in Vermont, first vacation as ambassador. We had already been through kind of a crazy time, knife attack, all of that. Finally get to Vermont, first time my parents had seen our new son, Sejun, and the tensions flare up, and they were real, and they were serious, and they were extant. And I get a call from the Deputy National Security Advisor, Avril Haines, who's now obviously the DNI, and she said, well, the President is really glad that you're going to cut short your vacation and return to Korea. I said, well, yes, I had a lot of process and I had a lot of decision space there. So, and of course, only the State Department books you on like a triple layover middle seat. So by the time I get back to Korea about 20 hours later, I roll into the ambassador's residence and General Scaparotti's on the phone. All right, can I come over and brief you right away? And I'm like, just give me a minute here. Just a minute, got to unpack, unwind. But nonetheless, it was a very tense and serious situation. I think there are some lessons that we can draw from that, and as well as the kind of the whole arc of this relationship that we've seen from high tension, I think dating back a decade ago, to symmetry, and now where we are. And where we are, I think, is not let's put it this way, in a place between bad options and worse options. And why do I say that? I say that based on a couple of things. First, it's fairly clear, assessing through the data, at least over the last 20 years, that the only real thing that works is brinksmanship and leverage. And I say this as someone who's very committed to dialogue, but the only times that the North Koreans have really seriously come to the table in recent years has been when there's been real threats or real brinksmanship. And the tensions in 15 are an example, right? I think the North Koreans were frightened. They entered into a pretty interesting conversation with the South Koreans, and they cut a deal in very short order, right? They were interested in negotiating, they got a deal, that got done, right? I would argue also the symmetry, right? I think there was palpable fear in the North Korean leadership, or at least sufficient unpredictability. They were interested in a summit, and the administration, right, wrong, or indifferent, came to that conclusion, and there was a conversation in short order. That is not where we are today. Our leverage has been dramatically decreased, and I would argue it starts, I think, principally with the UN Security Council. I think it's deeply divided, and gone are the days that, Marcus, you remember well, and Ray remembers well, when we could get broad multi-sectoral sanctions through the UN Security Council after a North Korean provocation, right? Started in 16, and there were a series of them, and they were serious, and they also, I think, put to bed the notion that we're sanctioned out on North Korea. Remember, the sanctions dating back a decade or so were always narrow. The Chinese always fought us at the Security Council to get very, very narrow sanctions around the WMD and missile programs only. These broke through. right? But we have lost that leverage because the North Koreans know the Security Council, thanks to a range of events, is badly divided, and they really don't have to worry about increased sanctions. So it leaves us, again, to repeat myself, bad and worse choices. So what would I do? What would I recommend? First, I'd say maybe stop, if you're in government, maybe work on a different issue. I'm joking. What I would say is, I hear Ray laughing at least. I would say first, what you're left with is to sharpen the choices, right? And I think, how can you sharpen the choices? I think you're trying to build up the deterrence that the Minister Yu just mentioned and the capabilities, right? I would invest heavily in allied capabilities, and I think that would have to include your force posture in and around Japan. I think that's critically important. Second, on the diplomatic front, I would use the opportunity to really try to accelerate the burgeoning, I would say, relationship, or at least the warming of the relationship, not burgeoning, but the warming of the relationship between Seoul and Tokyo, and try to essentially get that into a place where the trilateral relationships looks very formidable, very strong, very durable. I think that's incredibly important. And then third, I would work on the extended deterrence piece. I think that is of huge concern domestically in South Korea and rising, especially if there's a seventh nuclear test. And I think that is an important signal to send not just to North Korea, but also to the Chinese and the Russians in the region, right? I think those, there's a whole list of those, but those would be kind of at the top of my list in terms of sharpening the choices. That's one. Second, to the extent you can, enforcement on the Security Council sanctions. They're extant, they're there, they're in law. There are things we can do. I think those sanctions are, I think enforcement is very important. I dispute the argument that, well, the Chinese will just let everything through, so it doesn't matter. Remember, there are multiple goals here. One is to obviously enforce the sanctions and bring the North Koreans back to the table. That means the second one, though, is even if the Chinese are not fully compliant, the North Korean leadership generally does not want to be solely dependent on the Chinese for their trading relationship, right? They want to hedge and diversify like everyone else. So the more they are put into that box, I think it still builds a little bit of leverage. And the final couple of points I would say, continue to build the global consensus. I think this issue can fall off the radar screen pretty quickly in Europe. I think it's really important that the Europeans, especially with a number of countries that have historical relationships and embassies in Pyongyang, leverage those. I think those have a more than marginal impact on the relationship. And also to get at, have the Europeans and others to also get at some of these UN sanctions, but also the illicit activity that may or may not be covered by the sanctions. I think that's important, and there have always been documented cases in Europe about this, using diplomatic property to generate hard currency and so on and so forth. So I think that's my list, and I think, again, here in this time where the North Koreans aren't interested in talking, and let me just get off the stage by saying this, it's clear they're not interested in talking. The U.S. administration has reached out multiple times in multiple fora at multiple levels, and there has been no response. And there's also been multiple offers, right, in terms of humanitarian aid to get into a more serious negotiation without preconditions. So no interest there. But I think it is very important, while you're doing these other things, while you're trying to build leverage, to leave that door wide open, to continue to signal to the rest of the world and to the North Koreans that you are interested in a serious negotiation, and then to conclude, be ready. I think that the North Koreans can turn on a dime. We saw that under the Trump administration. It's not clear if the American side was ready for this. They were busy building sanctions, and all of a sudden you swung into diplomacy. So have a plan. Be ready. Have the idea of where you want to go, and recognize that the North Koreans are probably going to come in early negotiations with tried and true negotiating positions like Yongsan Plus, right, which we all know well. So that would be my humble advice, and I think that's probably why they haven't called me to give any advice at the White House these days. I'm joking.
So, Ambassador Lippert, wow, a very comprehensive diplomatic plan showing that there's a lot more to the diplomatic contributions than just engaging directly with North Korea, and especially at this moment of impasse. I think it's a good reminder of the role that diplomacy can still play that's critical. But let's shift from diplomacy to defense. And I'm going to ask General Abrams this question. As a veteran combat leader and former CFC commander, you've got unique experience and insights on military forces conducting their missions while also supporting a diplomatic resolution working toward peace. And it seems, as an outside observer, you were repeatedly in your career placed in a position where you're leading military operations but constrained by diplomatic and political considerations. So as a commander, how do you reconcile this, the requirements of deterrence, preparation for combat, and responding to aggression, all while still supporting diplomatic efforts to prevent the escalation and to achieve peace? So with all this in mind, what are your top recommendations, particularly for the alliance militaries in the year ahead?
Okay, Marcus, thanks. But I'm going to thank General Brooks up front for reaching out and asking me to join this panel. They didn't tell me who was going to be on the panel, and I'm humbled to be with these former distinguished alliance leaders. And I want to just make a special shout out and applause for the Ministry of Patriot and Veterans Affairs today for all they do for Korea War vets. And General Brooks, in his opening remarks, made a comment that at his first returning Korea Vets event in Korea that he was astounded at the standard that MPVA set on how they treat our Korean War veterans. Much better than our own country treats them, by the way. And today's dedication of the Wall of Remembrance was just special. So I just want to be on the record for recognizing the MPVA. Now to your question, let's just start as a commander, and you all, most of you know this, but as a commander and a member of the military, we have a solemn obligation to successfully deter aggression and, if called upon, to defend the Republic of Korea and the Korean people. When I was in Korea, I used to like to remind audiences that 51 million Korean people slept well at night in their beds because they knew and trusted that the combined force was ready. That's our job to deliver that. But to be ready, the combined force has to be able to train. And, a lot of people have opinions about training and exercises, and here's mine. Training and exercises are routine military activities of any sovereign nation or alliance. And for the past 4 years, the alliance made a decision to adjust the size, the scope, the volume, the timing of our training and exercises. We basically turned all public affairs off. And in addition to that, the U.S. also paused strategic deployment of strategic assets to the peninsula. Specifically, we did not have U.S. fifth-gen fighters, a carrier strike group, or a strategic bomber fly in the Korea Theater of Operations from May of 2018 until 2 months ago. All of that was taken to reduce tension and to send clear messages to North Korea that we were committed to diplomacy. This pause in the strategic deployment of those assets was not risk-free. In fact, we accrued additional risk to the alliance's readiness. But it was necessary, again, to reflect our true commitment to a diplomatic outcome. Regrettably, as everyone knows, North Korea has not responded favorably to these confidence-building measures. And since the summit in Hanoi in February of 2019, and in fact has steadily increased tension on the peninsula and in the theater with countless ballistic missile tests, a reported ICBM test earlier this year, and now there's many reports of an impending 7th nuclear weapons test. That's how the risk that we accrued, that's how it was rewarded. So I'm heartened to see all the efforts being made to turn the volume back up at training events in Korea, and I'm encouraged by many of the things I'm reading about training. My recommendations going forward for the alliance militaries are threefold. One, and this is in priority order, by the way, first and foremost is to remove all barriers to training on the Korean Peninsula, especially live fire training for all weapon systems, day and night. There was a report I saw this week of U.S. Apache helicopters conducting qualification gunnery at Rodriguez range up at Pochon this week. It's the first time since 2019. 3 years we've been sending U.S. helicopter crews off Penn to train. Unacceptable. So this is a good first step, and I am encouraged by the support from the new ROK government. But there is much more to be done to ensure an enduring solution that includes up to company-level combined arms live fire with tank and infantry teams supported by artillery, helicopters, and Air Force firing in support day and night. That is the gold standard to have a credible warfighting deterrent, is a force that can actually deliver. Number two, I'd say, is normalize the periodic deployment of off-pen assets for training purposes. And that's not just limited to 5th-gen fighters and the Carrier Strike Group, but I would include a brigade-size amphibious training exercise and other different type forces that have not trained in Korea at scale in quite some time. Because all the necessary coordination, et cetera, required for that, those are all rusty now. And if we need them, they need to be trained. And then lastly, I think the alliance militaries should take a hard look at the current ongoing war in Ukraine and see what lessons might apply. And one that jumps out at me is the value of international support. I think we can all agree that Ukraine would not be able to sustain their operations without the materiel and the intelligence support from across NATO, the European Union, and other countries. Albeit that support comes with challenges, big challenges, due to the lack of interoperability. The ROK-U.S. alliance already has a standing coalition of like-minded nations who answered the call in 1950. It's called United Nations Command and UN sending states. But since the creation of CFC in 1978, United Nations Command has been slowly marginalized and its readiness atrophied in terms of UNC's mission to support the alliance in the event of a restart of hostilities. Efforts over the last 8 years to improve UNC preparedness and readiness for its support role of alliance operation has been met with obstacles. In my opinion, now is the time for the alliance militaries to work together to improve UNC readiness for possible contingency by first enabling more robust UNC participation in alliance theater level exercises, and then I would follow this immediately by initiating formal bilateral discussions between individual UN sending states and the ROK government to formalize visiting forces agreement that would help routinize UN sending state sending elements of their armed forces to Korea to participate in other combined training. This would go a long way in improving UNC headquarters readiness, coalition interoperability, and it will have the added benefit of sending a strong signal of international resolve and deterrence to North Korea.
General, thanks. Another very comprehensive set of recommendations and very forcefully delivered. Thanks for that, General. I'm sure there'll be some follow-up questions on that, but that's outstanding. So now we'll go to General Lim. And General Lim, you spent your military career defending the Republic of Korea, and you saw a lot of changes over time in the threat from North Korea. You saw hopes for peace come and go. Including, of course, your time as the deputy commander of CFC, the war rhetoric was running very high, the highest it had for decades, and then yet, a year later, there's an unprecedented level of engagement going on with the U.S. president meeting with Kim Jong-un. And so after retiring, I was very interested to read that you co-authored this Grand Bargain with North Korea article with General Brooks. And this is published in Foreign Affairs, your proposal to build peace on the Korean Peninsula. But a lot has changed since you wrote that article. And so is this window of opportunity that you saw, has this come and gone? Do you think that this sort of approach is still possible? What's your recommendation going forward, General?
Yes, thank you, Marcus. First, it is a great honor to me to be here with this panel of speakers and with the KDVA community. Today is a very happy day for me to be able to see again my fellows and partners who I served together at Yongsan, as well as the senior and juniors Decade Alliance. Before my answer, I will say to you a short story. Around a month ago, Secretary General Shin said to me, you will have to participate in the ROK-U.S. Alliance in Washington, D.C. Then I said, yes, okay, because we always used a translator like this foreign senior. 3 days before I leave Korea, I asked him, who is the translator? He said to me, there's no translator. You have to speak only in English. From that time, my heart is beating like General Jung, who is the president of KUSAF. As you know, I'm not a native speaker like General Abrams, Ambassador Lafayette. And I'm not diplomat like dear former Minister of Foreign Affairs. I'm not professor like Hong Gyudo professor. I was a soldier and warrior, and my English is not good. For your better understanding, I will try my best delivering my insight, and please don't give me a difficult question. Let's start my answer. For the clearly understanding, let me first explain the Grand Bargain article. General Brooks and I argued that the strategic end goal of the alliance is to change the long-run balance of power in the region. To distance Pyongyang from Beijing and include North Korea into the ROK Alliance-led regional and international liberal order. This ultimately means a regime change in North Korea. In the process of moving toward the first stage of collaboration, only when there is a clear change in Pyongyang's attitude, result in sustained progress made on both sides. Also, reach to the end state, it will be very difficult and take a long time, more than 40 or 50 years. It will take time and continued effort. Because you are right. Many things have changed now. North Korean missile and nuclear threat are on the horizon again. So my one central advice for now is this, that we must first focus on strengthening the military part of the alliance. It will include things like strengthening expanded and trial difference with a regular deployment of U.S. strategic asset to Korea. Strengthening and integrating missile defense system would have started in the past 5 years. And the resulting to full-scale combined exercise we had in 2017, including field training exercises. At the same time, we must continue to be open to talk with North Korea. At current, North Korea's economy is in bad place. Last year was based because of COVID, international sanctions, and national disasters. This year, Pyongyang's economy is worse due to rising food and oil prices from Russia's invasion of Ukraine and bad Chinese economy. North Korea needs economic security now more than before. Together with North Korea's economic difficulties, continuous U.S. and UN sanctions will leave North Korea with no option but to look for talks. And these talks are meaningful only when we are in the position of power. As such, President Moon and President Biden strengthening the alliance are a good sign. In sum, on the firm foundation of a powerful ROK-U.S. military alliance and lost the tolerance continuing effort for talk, we will allow us to achieve our final goal. Thank you.
All right, another robust set of recommendations, and I think that the thread that I see connecting them all together is the importance of deterrence as the foundation and different aspects of that. So I think that was an excellent starting set of recommendations to get us into this discussion. So we've heard from all of the panelists, and I did plan for a second round of questions. We're going to talk about regional considerations. But I'd like to offer the opportunity now. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to follow up with a question, not for General Leem, per his guidance, but for the panelists on their comments, anything to follow up or to even lead us into this discussion on regional considerations? And I see General Sharp has his hand up. So General Sharp, welcome your question.
Several of you talked about the hope that we can move to more trilateral deterrence, working together with the United States, Republic of Korea, and Japan. My question is, how far can that go? What is your recommendation? You know, we have a GSOMA, we have intelligence sharing to some degree with missile defense and everything, but what would your recommendation on how far we ought to take that? Or push to be able to take that from a command and control perspective, from a training perspective, from a diplomatic perspective, with the idea of deterrence, because I think that will continue to deter or help deter even more North Korea if they understand completely that that trilateral group is very strong and ready to react. So how far, what should we do? But from a diplomatic perspective, how far do you think that could really go? Given the relationships between South Korea and Japan.
Would any of the panelists like to volunteer to take General Sharp's question first? All right, Chairman Yu, would you like to?
Japan,
would you like to take
right here? Yeah.
Well, when you discuss the regional issues, I think we can cover your questions.
Yeah, so I think, Chairman, you were going to talk a bit about the importance of the relationship, and may that be good context to lead into answering General Sharp's question. So go ahead, Chairman.
Importance?
So the importance of the relationship with Japan for the
Oh, yes.
and that'll help set
Yes, since I served as ambassador to Japan from 2007 to 2008, I wish to share my experience which I had while serving in Japan. At the outset of my duty, I decided to visit the U.S. base in Okinawa, Futenma base. The reason why I decided to go there is to know more about the coordination between U.S. forces Korea and U.S. forces in Japan, and also the role of UNC. And surprisingly, I'm the first ambassador who visited Futenma base and received a briefing from the commander there. And I realized that several US bases in Japan, the sole purpose is to serve as a rear command. I mean, when there is a contingency on the Korean Peninsula, US forces stationed in Japan has to be mobilized, or they perform the role as logistics bases. In modern warfare, without enough logistics, the combat capability of US forces Korea will be, limited. So I realized that it's so important to have a coordination between United States, Japan, and South Korea. And the commander even told me that in order to increase deterrence capability. They always train very hard. In case there's a contingency in South Korea, I think the U.S. forces Korea alone does not have sustainability to fight longer periods. So it's really important to have U.S. bases in Japan also involved in it. And also the other point is that UNC role, because under UN's command, U.S. forces Korea and U.S. forces in Japan are also in the same one command. And also UNC will play a role of force receiving as a framework. Legal framework is also important for that. Immediately you can activate the role of UNC. And as General Abrams mentioned just before, we need Korea and other UN forces participation countries, the 17 countries will have bilateral negotiations and some kind of agreement so that when and if there is a hostility break out again in the Korean Peninsula, we can easily mobilize all those UN forces again to fight against North Korea. But the problem is that then, even though since several years ago, United States was working very hard to bring Korea, Japan, United States together as trilateral meeting was convened several times, even at the summit level by President Biden during the NATO summit in June. And also their ministerial trilateral has happened, but whenever there is some kind of dispute occur between Japan and South Korea, all those endeavors just collapse at all. So then how to build sustainable, good relationship with Korea and Japan is very important. And for that, this government, Yoon Suk-yeol government, is ready to improve relations. He personally committed and saying publicly that he will resume shuttle diplomacy at the summit level. And also he will do every effort to improve relations. And now the new government is trying to prepare a kind of a roadmap on how to improve relations with Japan and solve the most difficult issue is the forced labor compensation issue. So also sooner or later, Korean government will provide a roadmap and will present to the Japan. But recent, it was last year and this year, the Japanese attitude is not that flexible. They're very firm on their principle. So I personally requested the American officials that you do continue to pressure Japan to become more flexible to any Korean government proposal to resolve this conundrum. I think that kind of American involvement is necessary, from my point of view, even though sometimes Japanese officials doesn't like U.S. intervention, but I think sometimes it's necessary. Likewise, Korea needs some kind of outside, the recommendation or pressure to move a bit faster than slowly. So I think it's a good time to do that.
So,
I'm quite optimistic.
So if I can put that in the form of recommendations, if I'm understanding, so that it's really important to set the diplomatic and political conditions to be able to enable the increased military cooperation, and then a lot of that military cooperation needs to keep in mind the UNC aspect is really critical.
And one more aspect is that I think having good relations with Japan from Korean perspective is kind of a prerequisite, because in recent years I felt something that Korea has been marginalized in having good kind of relations with other democratic countries in South and East Asia, because United States has been proposing more than almost a dozen multilateral initiatives, including Quad and ANCUS and other Indo-Pacific Economic Framework and Tech 4, somebody called Chip 4, and many other multinational
So it's
initiatives.
bringing the trilateral in the context of a larger
Yeah,
set of
but
relations.
without having, corporate relations with Japan, Korean, effort to increase our regional and global role will be again hampered, marginalized. So I personally believe that having good relations, kind of a working level good relations with Japan is a prerequisite for any Korean government effort to increase its regional and global role. So what I'm emphasizing is that Korea-Japan bilateral relations is important, and also trilateral Korea-U.S.-Japan relation, cooperation is very important. So what I'm saying is that United States has to continue to coordinate among three of us and pressure a bit, to some extent, acceptable level. That's my recommendation to the United States.
Understood. We've talked about the political aspects and the UNC aspect. General Abrams or Ambassador Lippert, did you want to add any other thoughts to the answer to General Sharp's question to get to sort of some of the more specifics? And then, of course, we'll have to move on to China once we get to answer some of those points.
So I think General Sharp's question and his idea, the thought is fascinating. As we all know, we used to have that command. It's called Far East Command. A guy named MacArthur commanded it, but that was a different time, a different place. But here's the reality of 2022. First off, there is a real C4 problem for any sort of combined command and control system apparatus. It's hard enough, U.S. Korea, U.S. Japan, bilaterally, and I'm not criticizing anyone, but adoption of internationally recognized risk management framework protocols for connecting networks is difficult, extremely difficult. Everybody's got the cyber boogeyman, but everybody's got their own version of it. And so the idea of being able to command and control that apparatus, we'd have a very difficult time from a practical matter. Secondly, I'd say that I think there'll be other integration and interoperability challenges. And so the three-way alliance here would probably focus initially on procedural interoperability. I think the most logical thing is to my recommendation would be to not shoot for the stars and hope to hit the moon. I would start small and look at security cooperation. I mean, our Korean friends in the room are being very polite. I think there's going to take some time to build trust between the two militaries, between Japan and Korea, and they'll need to do it in a security cooperation framework to be able to build that trust to consider doing greater things as part of a three-part alliance.
General, thank you very much for those recommendations. I think that's very, very helpful perspective on what's the art of the possible and where to focus. So let's go to Ambassador Lippert next. In your time as the Assistant Secretary of Defense for East Asia, before you were ambassador, you had a broad portfolio in the Pentagon that covered the Asia Pacific. And of course, a lot of the same issues we're talking about today in terms of the trilateral relationship, I'm sure came up in that role. So can you advise us on some of the other regional considerations beyond the ROK-Japan relationship and the trilateral relationship? And particularly one of the things I'm interested in is what would the implications be, for example, for the alliance and for the peninsula in the event of a PRC aggression against Taiwan?
Yeah, it's a really good question. Let me just back up and maybe address some of the other points that were raised during the last couple of interventions, just to add a little color. First, if I may, just on Minister Yu's very good points in terms of the regional groupings. I think it's very important for Korea to stay involved in the regional groupings. I think the last couple of years, I wouldn't say they've been left out, but probably haven't been able to take full advantage of some of these regional groupings. And I think that's essential to the 10th largest economy in the world, one of the most capable militaries in the world, a country that stands for democratic values, to be part and parcel of these regional groupings. I was very pleased to see the decision to join IPEF. You know, I think we can argue all day long about, is IPEF good, is it bad, what is it, lack of market access, all of that the trade experts have rightly pointed out in terms of issues, but the fact of the matter is there's interest in joining and shaping and being part of that. I think that's one. Two, I also think the participation in the NATO summit was noteworthy, and I think very important, right? Especially with the Asia-Pacific grouping, the 4 countries that went. I think that was significant as well, and I think by all accounts, the Koreans were active at NATO. This wasn't a delegation that sat on the sidelines and listened while the U.S. and the Europeans, and then the other North Americans, obviously the Canadians, hashed it out. It was an active session. So I think the trend lines are quite good there, and I just think that's an important part of Korean diplomacy in the regional context. I think that is one. And then on China-Taiwan, I won't get into all of the scenarios and all of that. I mean, that's I think one of the earlier panelists, that's the next panel. This is like a 7-day session, right? You know, but I would say is I think one role that can be played, and let me just bring it back to the diplomatic side, is continuing to be a strong, loud voice for a rules-based international order. And I think it's one thing to have the U.S. say it, it's another thing to have the Western European countries say it, but when you start having countries like Korea say it, I think it does make a difference in terms of the critical mass, the signals it sends to the Chinese and others. And it's not just about China-Taiwan, it's about any other conflict in which you say, well, might makes right. And I think it's very important for a country like Korea because of how it's viewed, quite frankly, in parts of the world that perhaps the U.S. does not have the closest relationship with, to be an active participant in those conversations. And the final point I would just say on this is the importance, and I think, again, not limited to the question, but I think more broadly, values-based diplomacy. It's been in the penumbrance of what I've said, but let me just tease it out as an explicit point. I think it's very important for the Koreans to continue down the road of a values-based diplomatic effort in terms of democracy, human rights promotion. I think that is critical. I think they have critical relationships around the world. They have in certain areas where that is seen as, I think, that voice, let's put it, that voice is given disproportionate weight in certain quarters of the world, and I think it's really important. I'll just end by saying this. I used to get this question all the time, especially when I we sat across the hall from each other outside of Secretary Hagel's office in one of our former lives. We never actually overlapped on the peninsula, but we did overlap outside of Secretary Hagel's office, and we would go around the world together, right? We went to all these summits, but I have to say it was interesting. People knew my background, and they knew that I was an Asia hand, and I would get more questions from countries that traditionally be in the developing world, you would say. They said, how did the Koreans do that? What is their success? How did this happen? They were astonished, amazed, and in awe of the Korean model and experience. And so when the Koreans, who are viewed as a country that not too long ago might have been considered in that grouping, has emerged, has been a leader, and then starts talking about these values, the impact in the region is, I think, incredibly good, and I think it does have a disproportionate effect in certain capitals that are really, really important in this discussion and debate. Let me just stop there.
Well, let me quickly add 2 points regarding Taiwan Strait issue. New Yoon Suk-yeol government is starting to speak out more clearly by saying rule-based order is important in that area. Without naming China, it's clearly that we are taking side with the United States. So our message is being heard by Chinese And China issued a kind of warning when we announced that President Yoon is participating in NATO summit at the invitation of the United States. And the second point is that whenever we discuss about the possibility, or it's no longer a hypothetical question, that China may use force against Taiwan. If that happens, our concern is that China will prod North Korea to, invade or use the hostile action or provoke militarily around DMZ or Yeonpyeong Island and some other places, so that U.S. forces in Korea cannot be mobilized outside peninsula, making U.S. have two fronts for war fighting.
Right.
So that's a real concern to us.
And I think that's actually a great lead-in, because I know that General Abrams is concerned about China. So General Abrams, you've been a strong advocate for thinking about these sorts of things, and the role of the PRC, its potential to intervene. How do we break down these barriers between these two issue sets of looking at Taiwan as a security challenge in North Korea? How do we promote better thinking? What are your recommendations to consider these together?
Well, let me start by just saying, because Steve Lee's back there, and I feel like I'm about to get the hook, so I'm... All right, we're good. So I'm going to say this at the beginning and at the end, but let me tell you why it's important about the People's Republic of China as it relates to the Korean Peninsula. If there was a restart of hostilities, there will be a PRC intervention. That situation will be too complex and multifaceted, and the stakes too high, and the risk too great for us now, in today's world, to just say, oh, we'll figure it out when it happens, how we're going to deal with it. Too much is at stake. We need to have complex and sometimes difficult conversations now as an alliance so that we're in a better position to act, if necessary, should the unthinkable happen on the peninsula. I think everybody here knows all too well about the PRC's nefarious activities in the region, but in case you haven't been, let me just refresh your memory. In the last 3 years, People's Liberation Air Force has increased 300% violations of the Korea Air Defense Identification Zone. Significant increase in Chinese fishing vessels in the contentious Northwest Islands in 2021. And for the first time in many, many years, Korean Coast Guard detained multiple Chinese fishing vessels for wrongfully fishing in Korean waters. In the last 12 months, PRC and Russia have twice conducted combined combat air operations circumnavigating the peninsula. And everybody knows there's been a significant increase of PRC aircraft and naval vessels in vicinity of Japanese, Taiwan, and the Philippines, and it's reached all-time high in the last 8 months. And look no further than the front page of the Korean newspapers today. The Communist Chinese Party continues to issue veiled threats to Korea over the deployment of the THAAD battery in 2017, despite numerous explanations by Koreans and Americans of the defensive nature of the THAAD and its radar. And China has the Republic of Korea in an economic chokehold, as I call it, and they apply pressure as they see fit. And oh, by the way, they're the #1 violators of all the UN Security Council resolutions, sanctions against North Korea. So I think everybody recognizes that China is the driver of instability in the region, and they are looking to rewrite the international rules-based order that others have already spoken about. I was really happy to see, 7 or 8 months ago, in the recent Korean polls, that destabilizing behavior is recognized now by the Korean people, And China received the most negative rating for the first time ever, lower than North Korea and Japan. So I think that's a very positive sign. I think we should all recognize that there is a 1961 dated Sino-North Korean Mutual Aid and Cooperation Treaty that's renewed every 20 years, and it was re-signed last June of 2021, basically a mutual defense treaty between China and North Korea. So all of that is to say that if hostilities were to renew on the Pen, it's not a matter of if the Communist Chinese Party will intervene. It is when will they intervene and how will they attempt to do it. This has been a very difficult topic for us to address as an alliance, especially considering the historical context of the Chinese intervention in October of 1950. It's a gaping wound, that intervention, because it's left the peninsula divided. But these discussions are necessary. Previous ROK governments have adopted a strategy of ambiguity when it comes to the People's Republic of China, and that is their sovereign choice. So that's not my point here. My point is when nations develop a political strategy of strategic ambiguity, it makes it nearly impossible for their militaries to have any meaningful discussions of how the alliance might plan to deter any potential PRC intervention. That's the constraint that comes from the political and the diplomatic side. So, this has been a tough thing. Here's my recommendation. I have given this a lot of thought. I think it's time, and not that we need another working group, but we actually, I think, it's so important. It's so important for the peninsula. It's so important for alliance operations that we should form a special ROK-U.S. combined interagency consultative work group to address this specific topic. And we ought to start this working group and the effort by seeking bilateral agreement on the premise that it is not if, but when the PRC will intervene in the event of hostilities. It is my view that diplomacy and information and economic actions alone will not sufficiently deter potential PRC intervention. It will require the harmonization of the military element of national power as well. So this is a whole of government solution, if you will, and it goes across the interagency. It can't be just a military, the military thinking about it. It's going to require all of us to have a successful deterrent strategy to prevent intervention. We have to be clear-eyed together on the building military threat that the People's Republic of China is today and what it's going to be in the next 10, 15, 20 years. So I go back to how I started. Why is it important? This is too complex. It's too difficult. The stakes are too high and the risk is too great for us to just cross our hands and say we'll figure it out when the time comes.
General, another very powerful recommendation and some important thoughts for the group on the way ahead. And I know General Lim, you're interested in talking about China as well. And it struck me in your article on the grand bargain with North Korea that you co-authored with General Brooks. Yeah, you focus more though on the pre-hostility sorts of things rather than the potential for their intervention in a conflict. But it's what they're doing now, right? The coercion, the economic reliance of China on North Korea and how that works to China's advantage potentially, and basically China's negative influence, even in a pre-hostility situation. So, General, would you like to speak to your recommendations on how to deal with that?
Yes. Thank you. First, I want to say that I was a military commander. My advice for economic strategy is therefore a general one. But I want to highlight two things. One, reducing North Korea leaning on China starts with our economy. and the regional and global economic system being more attractive than China's. So policy-like. The IPEF in the Pacific economic framework and strengthening our supply network security is good. Whatever it is, COVID or Russian invasion of Ukraine, we need to show that our economic strategy is better. Second, to reduce China's negative influence, we will lead a detailed plan on how our economic partnership will counter Chinese economic caution. The ROK-U.S. alliance has strong war plan and military response options. We need a similar joint plan and response option for economic strategy. President Biden and President Yoon's alliance upgrade to include economic security with the global comprehensive strategic alliance concept is therefore very welcome. But we need strategic ways to integrate alliance security strategy and economic strategic security strategy into a clear China response strategies. A good place to start is finding ways that the ROK-U.S. can join related to the Chinese economic caution, like we saw with that problem 2016, 2017. This will strengthen economic strategic deterrence and reduce China influence. Thank you.
Thank you, General Lee. So now we've talked about a whole set of issues and recommendations, including the regional aspects related to the relationship with Japan, the challenges and direct threats really proposed by China. So I'd like to open the floor one more. Or General Abrams, did you want to add anything? I saw your hand going toward the microphone.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
No.
He was answering a question that I had.
I was responding to a request for information from Ambassador Lippert.
Oh, fair enough. So I'd like to open the floor one more time. I think we can. We definitely are a little bit behind where I expected to be at this point, but I think we can definitely take another question from the audience. So go ahead.
Thank you. I'll try to make it very quick.
I saw a guy went first there. He grabbed the microphone.
I have to ask a question because Steve said, "No question, pay for the lunch." So.
And this is Guy Aragoni, former senior intelligence officer at the Defense Intelligence Agency, by the way, who is now no longer affiliated with the U.S. government, right?
Philly, only once a month when the pension comes.
Go ahead, Guy.
Which is next Monday, I think. Now, my question is, since most of the discussion has dealt with multinational responses to the Korean incidents, to go back to Minister Yu's discussion of the Chonan incident and ask him for lessons learned from having that multinational investigation of the Chonan sinking and what he thought were the positives and negatives of going that route.
Well, as soon as Chonan incident happened, the investigation started along by Korean authorities, but it was President Lee Myung-bak that we have to create some multinational investigation, team, only because that when we make a decision result on our own, the North Korea will challenge it, China would also challenge it, Russia will do the same. So, but I personally disagreed. I objected it only because that we have to give all the information, military information of Chonan Corvette, because it was built for the first time by our own, technology, and so we didn't really give any specific detailed information of designs and everything even to the United States, not 100%, I guess. So if international investigation start, we have to provide all the detailed information about Cheonan Coal-Bed. But President Lee Myung-bak said, no, it's more important to have international support for this instance. So international investigation made a conclusion that it was torpedo attack by North Korean submarine. But North Korea never accepted it. And even we invited Russian expert, 3 colonels to Navy colonel who are expert on this issue. But they, after 2 weeks of thorough investigation, and we are so generous to provide everything to Russian and military. And they agreed that it was torpedo attack. But when the issue was discussed at the United Nations Security Council, Russian government position was 100% the other way around. So I was so disappointed. And it was Hanoi, I think, when we had a foreign ministers meeting. Lavrov, Russian foreign minister, also participated in that forum. And I asked Lavrov that, how come your position is so different from those experts sent to South Korea? Do you have any idea about it? Then the simple answer to me was that, Minister, don't you know that Russia is sharing border with North Korea? I was so appalled. He knows everything. Russia intentionally distorted the result of that investigation. International investigation team concluded it was North Korean, attack, and those Russian Navy experts also agreed with that. But the diplomatic position in the United Nations Security Council was quite the other way around. So I was so disappointed. That's the reality of it. So what I'm again saying is that while having a very robust diplomatic effort, we have to increase our joint deterrence all the time to defend. So General Abrams eloquently explained why we have to consult more closely on the security issues. So I 100% agree with General Abrams. That's my experience.
All right. Can I just make one comment on this? And it's pretty interesting in terms of you have the sinking of the Cheonan and then the associated action at the UN Security Council, right, in terms of the investigation and all of that, right? Chinese have to exercise their veto. You have the 6th nuclear test a few years later, and everybody remembers that episode because at the time, Park Geun-hye was trying to effectuate some modest diplomatic overtures towards Beijing. She convinced Xi Jinping to visit Seoul before Pyongyang, pretty interesting. But after that, the Chinese, Xi Jinping did not return her phone call for 6+ weeks. It was a real issue for the South Koreans, both the government and the people. And then obviously this was followed up by the THAAD dispute. And I think General Abrams talked a little bit about strategic ambiguity on the Korean side. There's a handful of episodes that have brought the Chinese, I think, policy direction into sharper focus in the Korean public eye and contributed to this decline of public opinion among the Korean people with respect to the Chinese. And I think that's what's interesting here, I think, both in terms of the Cheonan episode and getting a multilateral coalition and getting it up in front of the high visibility that multinational coalition brought, but also followed up by some other multinational and bilateral episodes that I think did sharpen the focus in terms of Chinese policymaking towards the Republic of Korea.
Thanks for that. I think we can take one more question to the floor, and then I'm going to ask to go to the panel for wrap up. And Steve is pointing me to the right. There we go. Tony.
Major General retired Pyo Se-woo. I was a former defense attaché to the United States. My question has to do with the United Nations Command. Maybe this question goes directly to General Abrams, but anybody else can answer the question too. I'm a strong supporter for the initiative to strengthen the United Nations Command. I fully agree with the General Abrams' arguments. The United Nations Command can galvanize international support we need during the crisis or war, and also United Nations Command, UNC rear bases can, various important routes to support, sustain the war. Also, when you look at the situation in Ukraine, and I think the significance of the United Nations Command, I think we can argue that is more important, increased. My question has to do with the perception of a Korean public about the United Nations Command. Unfortunately, I think there has been resistance or misperceptions or misunderstanding about United Nations revitalization efforts. Somehow, UNC issue is framed as a sovereignty issue. So strengthening United Nations, I believe it's important for the Korean security, but somehow a lot of Korean public perceived as an infringement on Korean sovereignty issue. So my question is, what would you recommend to overcome those misperceptions of the Korean public so that we can shape the environment to push forward with the UNC revitalization or strengthening the United Nations Command?
I see General Abrams is jumping on the microphone there.
So I got to be honest. I had never served in Korea until I got there, but I, like some other distinguished people in the room, and but I did a lot of study before I went to Korea. I wasn't going to have enough time on the ground with General Brooks, so General Brooks and I spent, 8 or 9 Saturdays, Saturday night his time, Saturday morning my time, VTCing from Fort Bragg to Yongsan for me to pick his brain, to share. I probably read 15 books. I interviewed all 7 of my predecessors, spoke to them on the phone or I met them in person. Yeah, I did not expect all of this about UNC. It's like the dirty little secret, right? Nobody wanted to talk about. Without going into a lot of detail, the first 90 days, the number one alliance friction point was related in and around United Nations Command, Joint Security Area, and the Comprehensive Military Agreement that had been signed in September of 2018. So I pulled in some trusted agents, right, who worked for me and said, hey, what is the issue? So let me answer your question. It was well intended. The word revitalize has a very specific meaning in English. As I understand it, there is no word in Korean that directly translates to revitalize. And the common translation is strengthen. This is not about strengthening. This is just about restoring all of the lost readiness and capability. That's what this is. This is about making it capable. It's not about strengthening, okay? And I don't know who chose the word. I know it's attributed to General Scaparrotti, but I don't blame him. But this is a typical. This is a routine problem with the alliance. Each country uses in their language speech that has a specific meaning in their language, and it doesn't translate well. This one, I think, is at the root of the mistrust, because it's not about strengthening. This is just about restoring lost readiness and capability to perform its support mission. And I said support like 5 times. So You know, people, when I tell them, hey, you realize there's only, you know, when I left Korea, I don't know what it is today. You can, well, I'm not going to put General on camera on the spot, but there was 35 full-time people in the UNC headquarters. 35. It's smaller than an infantry platoon. And all we were trying to do while I was there was make it about 70.
Maybe just add one quick thing, Marcus, really, I know we're pressed for time. I would just say this. This bumps up against two well-established, understandable strains in Korean politics. One, those who are focused on the peninsula, and those who have more of an internationalist view. I'm grossly overstating it. There is some obvious overlap, but generally speaking, there are camps in both sides, right? And it plays into one camp. And I think to the extent you can build upon the international benefits, to the extent you can build upon the international direction that South Korea has taken, especially over the last 10 to 15 years, in terms of becoming a trading nation, joining regional groupings, being a major player on multilateral fora like the WTO. I think that helps with the Korean people, because I think by and large the Korean people over the last decade plus, public opinion poll after public opinion polls show that they do understand, recognize, and appreciate the values of the international rules-based order and the benefits it accrues to the Republic of Korea. And I'll stop there.
So, Chairman, just a second. I want to go back to something that General Abrams said about the terminology. One of the things that's always struck me is the confusion between the Military Armistice Commission, the UNCMAC, and the UN Command itself. And I think some separation between those two was probably intended in terms of the terminology of revitalizing the UN Command, but it ended up getting interpreted, I think, in a lot of people's minds, unfortunately, who are not familiar with the issues, as strengthening the role of the Military Armistice Commission. And I think that was part of part of the whole misunderstandings that flowed from that. Yeah, so I think that was another element.
Well,
yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Chairman.
Yeah, let me add one point quickly regarding UN Command. Revitalization of United Nations Command I think it's important. And the question raised was that Korean people doesn't have a good feeling toward UN Command, but I personally believe that our support for UN Command is quite big, favorable. Still, Koreans celebrate UN Day, October 21st, and if you go down to Busan area, there is a UN cemetery. Every year there is a very big ceremony, event there. So overall, the Korean people's support for UN Command is very high. Not to the extent that we worry about it. So what I'm saying is that the UN Command is important in order to coordinate military contingency plan between United States, Japan, and South Korea. On the UN Command, Korea and Japan can cooperate very easily. Without that, it's not that, it's very difficult to do that. So by all means, I believe UN Command revitalization is very important, as General Abrams mentioned.
Thank you. So we were now closing to the end of our time for the panel, and I know there were a few other issues that our panelists wanted to speak to, and I know we haven't heard from General Lehman a bit, and I know you've been concerned that there are some analysts, even in Korea, that are drawing parallels between Russia's invasion of Ukraine to China's threat of invasion of Taiwan. And so the implications that this has, from your perspective, I think would be really great for the audience to hear. Does the situation with the threat to Taiwan from China, does this have relation to the ROK's interests? And is there a role for the alliance in dealing with this issue? Yeah, that's your question.
Okay. This is a very difficult and a very important issue, the Taiwan conflict in Korean Peninsula, I think. Yes, I think there is a relation. I think there is some military risk that a Taiwan conflict can spill over to the Korean Peninsula. From Xi Jinping's point of view, the worst case scenario is having the most rapidly deployable U.S. forces intervene in Taiwan. Before, Mr. You said about like this, the most rapidly deployable U.S. forces intervene in Taiwan, U.S. forces Korea, and the U.S. forces Japan. Beijing is already aware of this risk. One way China can stop alliance forces from intervening in Taiwan is to instigate North Korean provocation, tying down ROK and U.S. forces to Korean Peninsula. The Korean Peninsula is a place where 1.5 million troops and the state-of-the-art weapons, including nuclear weapons and missiles, are in the intention confrontations. If a conflict on Korean Peninsula escalates into war, the destructive force will be devastating. For the U.S., managing a two-front conflict, North Korea and Taiwan, will be very difficult. As such, leaders of ROK and U.S. alliance must prepare for this type of possible scenarios and figure out how the alliance can accord region peace, including a Taiwan situation, without weakening the alliance joint defense posture on the Korean Peninsula. I think so. Thank you.
Thanks, General. And I know that's a controversial issue, so I appreciate your candor there. Now I'd like to go to General Abrams. And sir, I know you've been out of command for a year now. You've settled in the Midwest. What's your assessment of the knowledge of Korea in your part of the country, and what more can be done to further the education of Americans about the importance of Korea?
So it's kind of like I was completely surprised by my lack of understanding of the challenges with UNC when I got to Korea. I was not prepared for the lack of knowledge in my own country about the importance of Korea. I live in the middle of the country for our Korean friends. I live in Missouri, in the country, north of Kansas City. And the nearest military base is 30 miles away, but it might as well be 300 miles away. Small post, and they don't get out much. It's not a very typical Army post. So there's no military. And I can tell you that the knowledge about the Korean War and our sacrifices that were made back then are not known at all, or very little is known about it. And they certainly have no appreciation for the importance of the ROK-U.S. alliance today. And, you know, as I make my way around meeting people and going to things, you know, everybody asks me, what did you do? And inevitably they'll find out I was in Korea my last duty assignment. I'll bet I've had 100 people say to me, we still have troops in Korea? Yeah, yes, and did you know that we're actually still at a state of war in Korea? We have a thing called an armistice agreement? No, I thought that was over years ago. So my encouragement to everyone, you know, organizations like KDVA and KUSAF and the other Korean American friendship organizations, but I think all of us who have served in the alliance and who understand the importance of the alliance and the importance of Korea, I think we have a duty and an obligation to spread the word and talk about it. And that's my mission where I am. That's what I'm taking on as a mission. And if I can educate one American at a time in my little small town, then that's what I'm going to do. I had an opportunity last week picking up my chainsaw at the local repair shop. It was fascinating discussion. The first question the guy asked me, he said, "You were in the Army?" Yep, I was. So, but anyway, it's just too important. And then selfishly, I'll just say, I think the more knowledge that we have about Korea across the country, and specifically where I live, I would love for one decent Korean restaurant to pop up in Kansas City. Because there is not a good Korean restaurant in Kansas City. Connie and I have been to 4 of them. They're all terrible.
So, General, thank you very much. And so I know, Steve, are we with time now? Okay, yeah. So at this point, I think we've had a tremendous set of issues that we've tackled. Everything from U.S. perspectives domestically, all the way to the role of the alliance as it fits into the global security order. I feel like we could have actually had these 4 panelists all day and still probably not plumbed anywhere near the full scope of the insights that they could bring to the table. So I would really like to thank you, gentlemen, for the outstanding comments and your preparation, all the effort that went into thinking through these difficult issues. And like I said, I only wish we had a few more hours with you, but thank you all very much. And I hope the audience, you'll join us in a round of applause for our panel.
Well done, gentlemen. Kamsahamnida.
So Marcus and the panel, really just thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And thank you, audience, for some really insightful and hard-hitting questions during Q&A. So we've just completed the 3rd of 8 major events for the KDVA reunion, okay? So we're not even halfway done. It started with the icebreaker last night, as we talked about this morning, the wall dedication ceremony, and then this wonderful peace conference. So next will be the KDVA reception, and that's before the Twilight Tattoo. Everybody here, you're going to be able to go and experience something that is truly amazing. So please, we got buses for it. Don't miss it. But please hit the the reception, which is right across the hallway in the State Ballroom. The Secretary of the Army will be there shortly. Then immediately after that, we're boarding buses at 5:45. So the reason why we couldn't make the panels longer, like I said, we could have literally gone for a couple more hours, is because we were constrained by the wall ceremony in the morning and then the Twilight Tattoo in the evening for all of our members to get to. So my apologies for that, but both moderators did just a fantastic job in this. And then tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in this wonderful room at 8:30, and we have the session 2, which is going to be amazing. You're going to hear stories from veterans and family members, which is really the heart of the Alliance, as we heard over and over again today. We're going to have featured speakers. The Korean Minister of National Defense, Minister Lee Jong-sup, is going to be giving us remarks tomorrow morning, as well as the South Korean Ambassador to the United States, Ambassador Cho Tae-young. And then final event that's going to close us out, the 8th of 8 is tomorrow night, the KDVA dinner, and General LaCamera has graciously accepted our invitation to be the keynote speaker, and I'm sure he's going to be fascinating to hear, so don't miss it. Literally tell all your friends and family. We got plenty of seats. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's a busy schedule. Thank you for your patience throughout the day. Please go to the State Ballroom for the reception. Thank you.